Hey guys, how are all of you beautiful people? Hope all of you are doing fine. And yes, this is the next part of a new Naruto. What if something made Naruto the dead last that everyone sees him as? What if he really wasn't as weak as he seemed? The true Naruto, unleashed upon the shinobi world. Our story starts at Invasion of Konoha arc and continues onwards. So let's start without any delay. Let's start this great series. The walk back to Konoha had been entirely uneventful, and this is what terrified Jiraiya more than anything else. Naruto had said no more than 5 sentences to him over the course of the trip home. And whenever he did, it was simply business. He spoke to Tsunade and Shitsune on a regular basis. He had gotten along quite well with Tsunade's dark-haired attendant, go figure. But whenever Jiraiya would try to jump into the conversations, Naruto would either end them, or simply box him out. Apparently he had been telling the truth and no just shooting the shit when they started. He would be professional because they were on a mission, and now that it was all but over, Jiraiya was starting to see just how Naruto was feeling about him. Upon their arrival in Konoha, they all headed up to the Hokage Tower to get Tsunade introduced and situated, grilling by the Sandame's old advisors included. Konohamaru didn't really take kindly to someone replacing his grandfather's position, so he holed himself up inside the office, barring entry with traps and blocking the door. Somehow he ended up keeping people out all day long. Upon being informed by Konohamaru's friends, Udon and Moji, Naruto just walked up, Sparta kicked the heavy oaken door off of the hinges, sending all of the stuff behind it flying, walked through the office using the door to block all of Konohamaru's traps, and dragged the kid out by his collar. He chose to do this himself because he knew Tsunade would have done roughly the same thing if she really wanted to get into the office, and she might not have been so nice about it. Naruto took Konohamaru to the top of the Hokage Tower and sat him down to talk. So, what the hell is wrong with you, kid? Naruto got a tick mark on his head when Konohamaru clammed up and pulled his knees to his chest. Okay, you can either tell me and we can talk this out, or I'll just do like my trainer did for me when I was a kid and beat the crap out of you until you forget why you're all mopey in the first place. Konohamaru paled when a mild amount of killing intent began leaking out of Naruto. What happened to you, boss? You've been different since the Chunin exams. Naruto sighed. It's a long story, and because I know what's wrong with you, it might make you even more pissed off than you already are, for one reason or another. Now don't change the subject. What's your malfunction today? Konohamaru snapped at him. I thought you already knew. Naruto answered back snippily, I do, I just want to hear it from you. Facing up to your own problems is the first step towards moving past them. Konohamaru looked up with tears in his eyes. What if I don't want to move past them? I don't want to move past my grandfather, boss. Naruto stayed silent and let Konohamaru speak. Everyone is moving on, going forward with everything. It's like he was never here. He was the Hokage boss. And everyone's going to forget about him. Naruto steeled himself. He really didn't feel like touching anything that involved Sarutobi with a 10-foot pole right then, but this kid needed him, and being a ninja means doing things that you don't want to for the greater good. Look, Konohamaru, he was the Hokage for many years, longer than anybody else. He had a long reign, and he's done so much for this place. I'm sure everybody has a standout memory of him. Naruto then grumbled under his breath, Kami knows that I do. Naruto shook off that dark line of thinking. The point is that someone that has touched so many people can never truly just disappear. Trust me, brat, chances are that they'll be talking about him long after we're dead. You can go up to just about any of the ninja in this place and the majority of the civilians, and they can probably give you some stories. Konohamaru started drying his eyes. What about you, boss? What kind of stories do you have of Grandpa? Naruto held back a frown. I don't think you're old enough to hear about my story of the old man. Maybe one day I can tell you, but it's better that I don't right now. Naruto patted Konohamaru on the head. Do you feel better now? Konohamaru nodded. Are you going to cry a bitch around me again anytime soon? Konohamaru shook his head. Good. Naruto picked the kid up and sent him off on his way. He made his way back to Tsunade's office where she had a massive tune-in picking up the mess left by Naruto going hard on the door. Seated behind what was soon to be her desk, she smirked upon seeing the young shinobi enter. Nice mess, Geiki. Why did you kick my door? Naruto raised an eyebrow. 2 reasons, you would have done it yourself eventually and... Honestly, I've wanted to do that for years. That just gave me an excuse. Naruto took a seat as the last of the mess was cleaned and the door was put back. Tsunade took on a business face when the door was shut. So what's going on with you and Jiraiya? You weren't speaking to him at all on the way back. Naruto locked eyes with the older blonde. Are you sure you want to hear this? It's not something really vital for you to know. And I'm also pretty sure it's a village secret, probably above me being the Kyuubi Jinchuriki. Tsunade's eyes widened momentarily before she smirked. Well, I'm going to be Hokage now, right? What's a village leader without a few dark little secrets? Naruto chuckled. Get comfortable because you're going to be sitting there for a while asking me questions and stuff. Tsunade frowned and pulled a bottle of sake from the desk. Naruto's sweat dropped. Wow, you certainly stashed that quickly, didn't you? Tsunade scoffed as she pulled out a cup. It's not mine, smart ace. Sarutobi-sensei left it there before I ever even got here. Naruto sharply inhaled breath. That's right, the old man did train you 3 twisted Sannin, didn't he? That might make this an uncomfortable conversation. He snapped his head around. No, and you guards. Tsunade shrugged. I'm not Hokage yet, kid. I still have to get through coronation first. It's just us 4 now. Naruto kept silent as he thoroughly checked the room before he looked to Tsunade once more. So did Ero Sennin tell you anything about me? Tsunade nodded. What do you know? Tsunade poured herself a cup. Other than the stuff that I already knew, he let me in on your base character and stuff. Apparently he left out the scary battle phase part. Naruto clenched his hands together as he set his chin on them. That's because he didn't know about it. I didn't used to be a goofy loud fuck up until a few years ago. I was more like I am now, calm, collected, focused, and I had something of a mean streak too. Tsunade looked confused. So your personality changed? How is this a secret? Naruto shook his head. It's not that my personality evolved, it's how it evolved. Haven't you noticed that I'm too good for my own good at fighting? I shouldn't have been able to stop Orochimaru's surprise attack on me back in Tanzakugai if I was just a genin, hell, even a chunin. I was spamming jutsus that I shouldn't know how to do and fighting on par with a jounin level ninja. Tsunade flashed back to all of the things he had done since she had met him, and then she realized. Flashback. Tsunade's eyes drifted over to him. So who's the brat Jiraiya? Jiraiya looked at Naruto, who was wearing an unreadable expression, minus the twitching. This is Naruto Uzumaki, my new apprentice. Naruto's eyebrows shot up. Apprentice? Since when? Jiraiya smirked at the boy. Since you signed the Toad contract before the invasion, kid. Congratulations. Naruto grumbled and placed his face on his hands. Great. The guy that locked away my strength and skill wants to make amends and teach me how to fight again. XXX. Kabuto pointed at him accusingly, no way. From what I've seen and from the information on you, you're nothing. A low-level genin. Naruto chuckled, well, that's what the Konoha records had on one Kabuto Yakushi also, if you'll recall. We all know how that turned out, right, Mr. Spy? If you were capable of it, then why wouldn't I be? I didn't even have to join any ranks and keep suspicion off like you did, all I had to do was not get caught. Naruto tapped his finger on his head, I had the plans for your invasion all up here way back then. Every move you had planned out over the long term was all up here. All of your bases, the info that was listed on your cursed seal, the true nature of Orochimaru's immortality jutsu, it's all here. The only reason your invasion had even half of a chance of even getting off of the ground was because of some unfortunate business that ended with me getting my memory and abilities sealed off before I could tell the necessary people. End flashback. Tsunade looked at Naruto and locked eyes with him, taking note of the scar over his right eye and how he was patiently waiting for the point to hit her. There was something done to you back then, and Jiraiya was the one who did it. Naruto smiled faintly, you're half right, Ero Sennin was the one who sealed me, but it was ordered by another. Sarutobi Jiji really screwed me over back then. Tsunade's jaw was hanging, Sarutobi sensei. Why? What happened to force him to seal you off? Naruto's eyes blazed over angrily, nothing happened to force him to seal me. I was injured during a covert mission. Ero Sennin said he found me and brought me to the old man where they found out it was me. Apparently they thought I was some kind of threat, too strong for my age to be left alone. They didn't even wait for me to regain consciousness before they took me and locked away my strength and speed, my skills, my jutsu, my knowledge, everything. Tsunade was enthralled with the story, so what happened then? Why did the seal break? Did one of them take it off? Naruto shook his head, I had my mind regressed back to the time when I was 4 years old for all intents and purposes. I had to learn things like how to read all over again. I was mentally behind everybody else in the academy and everything. I broke the seal during the invasion, and since then it's been a matter of picking up the pieces and relearning everything. Those 3 jutsu that I used against Kabuto, I have tons of those were just the ones that I had the time to relearn, not even master. Tsunade still had a question, why did Sarutobi sensei do it? Why did he think you were dangerous? Naruto leaned back in his chair, I can't tell you that. It would be a matter of total betrayal. It's not like it's that good of a secret, but let Ero Sennin be the one to tell you. I'm technically not even supposed to exist if you catch my drift. Tsunade nodded, one more thing. Where do you think you rank in the overall roster of my active shinobi? Naruto shrugged, how should I know? It's not like I've fought any of them to find out or anything. Naruto pointed out at her suddenly, but fuck being a genin though. You know damn well I'm better than that, anything other than that will do right now. Tsunade smiled at him, noted. Now get out of my office, you're the only real ninja from this village that I've actually gotten to meet yet. She put away the sake and shooed him off. When he was out of sight she called out loudly, Shitsune, call a meeting for me for all ninja the rank of Chunin and over after the coronation we have so business to sort out. XXX. Naruto sat on his bed back in his apartment. He had decided to stop looking for Danza. If Danza wanted to see him he could easily find him, it's not like it was hard anymore. He didn't need anyone to sort the whole mess out anymore, meaning that honestly there was no reason to look for Danza. His original goal was to be a ninja for Konoha. Sarutobi had proverbially blocked one path with a boulder, but instead of complaining that the way had been blocked, Naruto had followed the path the boulder had taken to find a completely new destination, to find his own way towards becoming one. Danza had never made it a secret that he thought of Naruto as a tool, an expendable soldier. While Naruto had more value than most if not all of his other operatives, when your house burns down you don't grab the stuff inside, you just run. And when Naruto was caught on the job and exposed, Danza had to wash his hands of him. It was all he could have done. Give them Naruto and cut your losses. The only thing a man like Danza doing the things he was doing had as an option. He knew Jiraiya would be confronted by Tsunade about sealing him. He knew he'd tell her what he and Sarutobi had learned about Eni, and try to color her opinion. But honestly, loyalty only went so far as Naruto was concerned, and being blacklisted by Eni pretty much got rid of his loyalty. If you don't want me, I don't need you, was the way he saw it. The best Danza would get from him at this point was him keeping his mouth shut about Eni, which was all he was going to do in the first place. Jiraiya's arrogance in his own ability to gather information kept him from ever asking Naruto what he knew about Eni, thinking that Naruto had been a young flunky and didn't have much information. It's always fun to have preconceived notions, isn't it? Not really smart though. Naruto knew quite a bit. He had been trained by Danza almost personally and had information given to him by the man himself. No misdirection necessary. Naruto would never have broken to torture. It had been made sure of and tested thoroughly because Danza never placed the seal, ensuring he would be quiet about Eni on him. Therefore Danza told him things. Everybody needs at least one confidant. But that was not important either. He was now a Konoha ninja, no longer in Eni. He answered to another higher up and belonged to their forces now. Naruto groaned as he sat up in a meditative position. The last thought he had before slipping into his own mind was that he was still a weapon. He had just been lost and collected by another. XXX. Naruto opened his eyes to reveal himself standing at the door of his own apartment. Naruto sighed. Well, it's better than a sewer, I guess. He opened the door and walked through his mindscape forward/apartment to find a dog-sized fox with 9 tails and a collar asleep on what was supposed to be his bed, obviously the Kyuubi. The Kyuubi's ears twitched as he drew closer and it sat its head up to let out a vulpine yawn. Hello Kit. I have to say, it's a major improvement over the sewer. Naruto sat on the bed next to the fox and looked over at the awakening Baiju. I can see you're enjoying it. It's still not as cool as it used to be though. If I want to see my own apartment then I sure as hell wouldn't come in here. The fox growled in comfort as Naruto shook his head with a faint smirk. So is my mind good enough to broker out the old deal again or what? Kyuubi cracked open an eye and stood to walk over to Naruto. Well, since I can make physical contact with you again, we can do this right now. Anything you want to add? Anything you didn't like? You want to get rid of the trigger? Naruto raised his eyebrow. No, I liked the trigger. Hell no, we're keeping that. That was always cool. Keep that. Also, you can still see and feel everything I do. You can talk to me, but I can still mute you. Spoil sport. Kyuubi butted Naruto with its muzzle. Naruto kept reeling off deals. I get to retrain using your chakra, and I have to get ridiculously strong again, per the first agreement. I still have to kick the guy that helped the Yondaime come up with the seal that imprisoned you in me in the balls, and I think I'll enjoy doing that more than you will. Am I forgetting anything? Kyuubi scratched behind its ears. No, not really. If you want to make another deal or something, I'm always open to negotiations, remember that, Kit. And don't wait too long to use the trigger, you know I always liked that move. Naruto stood up and let the Kyuubi lay back down on the bed. Alright, I'm gone. Later, you lazy-ass fox. Kyuubi batted one of its tails in acknowledgement as Naruto left the apartment /Mindscape. XXX. Naruto opened his eyes and sat up to reveal the hazy outline of the sun outside. Damn it, did I black out until morning? Naruto shakily stood up and went into his bathroom to help wake himself up. As he was brushing his teeth, a knock came at his window. Spitting and rinsing his mouth, he then walked over to the window in his bedroom, revealing an Anbu in a bear mask. Kuma-san. I must have slept through Tsunade-chan's coronation, right? The Anbu nodded. Tsunade-sama wishes for you to meet her at the tower immediately. Naruto nodded. Sure thing, just let me change clothes and then I'll go. The Anbu used Shunshin to disappear from sight as Naruto shut his window. Upon changing and leaving his house, Naruto was once again subjected to the usual looks of disdain and scorn from the villagers. Naruto went through a mental checklist as he walked towards the tower. I'm gonna get that guy, that bitch is screwed. Oh. That guy is getting fucked when I get free time. Naruto had not lost his luster for pranks, and seeing as how he needed to vent on someone anyway, why not take it out on the people that dislike you regardless? As he arrived in the tower, he found the same Anbu from his house standing in front of the door of Tsunade's office. Hokage-sama is waiting inside, Uzumaki-san. Naruto nodded and entered. Naruto found the office filled wall to wall with many of Konoha's high-level ninja. Naruto sauntered, pushed, slid, and mashed his way through until he reached Tsunade's desk. You wanted to see me, Ba-chan? Tsunade glared at Naruto as she heard snickering coming from the back. Yes, brat. I asked for you to come today so that I could get a general idea of your promotion. I've asked these jounin here because they must know more of what you're capable of than I do. Naruto snorted. Yeah, right. Tsunade opened the floor for the others to voice their opinion on Naruto. Needless to say, most had nothing too flattering to say about the blonde. The only thing most said that was actually good was that he had high reserves, and then the compliments dropped off sharply. Naruto could only stand silently and pondering. That guy's getting it, that guy's getting it. Oh hell no. He called me what? That guy's getting fucked. Meanwhile, the Kyuubi was doing some musing of its own. You could kill that guy, you could kill that guy. What the hell? That guy wouldn't last more than 5 seconds against you. How is he getting a say in this? Kuinai then stepped forward to take her turn. Naruto has high chakra reserves and stamina, which lend themselves to him well when he uses Kichibunshin no Jutsu. Other than that, and an ability to think on his feet, however, I cannot give him a good grade in the other facets of being a shinobi. He is usually reckless and quick to act before thinking. He has poor chakra control due to such high reserves. His taijutsu has almost no true form. He has no aptitude for genjutsu, and other than his aforementioned Kichibunshin, he has no true ninjutsu to speak of. In the back, Iruka had to grit his teeth hearing all of these people speak about Naruto as if he was a burden on the program. Asuma pretty much agreed to the same thing, leaving Naruto looking around. Where the hell is Kakashi? Shouldn't someone have my back in here? Asuma looked at Naruto. Good luck with that kid. Kakashi isn't going to show for this until we're 3 hours in. Naruto felt like slamming his head into something, a person or inanimate object. It didn't really matter to him. Tsunade noticed that everyone was done with their opinions and looked to Naruto. Well, we've heard from everyone else, Naruto, so what about you? Do you have anything to say about what you've been told today? You have the floor. Tsunade shivered as a dark grin came upon Naruto's face. He turned to face all of his superiors. Well, speaking personally. Fuck you all. As the jaws dropped of everyone in the room, Naruto began walking around the room. Fuck you, fuck you, fuck you, fuck you. Not you, Iruka-sensei, you didn't say a thing. But yeah, basically, fuck everyone with no real input or a true perspective based on real knowledge. He continued walking around the room. You say my jutsu list is pitiful. Did you ever know if anyone tried to teach me any? Have you ever seen me fight other than the one time against Neji? You say my control is shoddy. Well, if you have enough chakra to make upwards of 1000 Kichibunshin, then I'd love to see you try and keep it up to snuff. You say my taijutsu sucks. Come and fight me and find out just how bad at it I am. Having an aptitude at genjutsu is kind of hard without someone teaching it to you, isn't it? All of you love to talk about how much you've heard that I suck to make you feel better about your own teams, but none of you have even the slightest idea of what I'm capable of, and while I kind of like that sometimes, right now it's really starting to piss me off. Naruto finished and sat on Tsunde's desk calmly. I can see you all have something to say. So go ahead and say it. The room exploded with Jounin and Chunin yelling at Naruto for his disrespect and begging Tsunade to discipline him. Naruto turned to look at Tsunade and shrugged when he saw her massaging her temple. Well, you said I had the floor. That means I can say whatever I want. Tsunade sighed in resignment. I suppose I dug my own grave on that one. Asuma calmly stared Naruto down. Do you really think you're ready for a promotion, kid? You didn't come off as a world beater during the Chunin exams. Naruto scoffed. Whatever, and I suppose you'd rather have someone like Shikamaru be promoted than instead of me. Asuma blinked. Actually yes, he showed great strategic thinking and combat savvy. Naruto rolled his eyes. Yeah, and what will he do when he ends up going against someone that can flat out overpower him and disrupt his plans? He's just lucky Tamrai got caught up in playing his game. If she really wanted to kill him, she could have just ripped the tree he was hiding in up by the roots with her wind jutsu and crushed him. Hell, I could beat Shikamaru. As a matter of fact, I could beat your entire team if I had to. He looked at Kyoinai. I could beat everyone on your team. Hell, I beat Kiba with my chakra and reflexes disrupted an hour after finishing the second stage of the exams with no downtime. Naruto shrugged. You know what, as a matter of fact I could probably beat Guy's team too. I already beat Neji. Rock Lee's hurt and if he ever recovers will need rehab before he could step to me, and Tenten, I'll beat her the way Tamrai did if she hasn't learned anything new. And don't even get me started on my team. Those teams are apparently the best, which means that there isn't a single goddamn genin in this entire village that can beat me. Tsunade spoke up before they all broke into another uproar. That's quite a statement, brat. Care to back that up with action? Naruto smirked at Tsunade. Do you really want me to put 10 of your genin in the hospital? You sure you can spare that kind of manpower? Tsunade couldn't help but return the smirk Naruto was giving her. Fine then. In 1 week you will fight Asuma's, Kyoinai's, and Guy's genin, in addition to the ones on your own team. If you can adequately impress, then you'll be promoted to Chunin. She spoke again as Naruto opened his mouth. We'll handle anything further if you can get a promotion from this test. Kyoinai spoke up. Hokage-sama, you can't be serious. I don't know of any genin that can take on 3 other genin teams, let alone a rookie and the dead last of this year's graduates. Asuma nodded in agreement. The kid has never shown anything special. What makes you think that something like this is necessary? Ibuki stepped forward, having kept silent the entire time. This dead last, as you so eloquently put it, captured the Kazekige's children and took out an entire squad of Oto shinobi that had our own forces pinned down during the Suna Oto invasion. He at least deserves the chance to prove something to all of you that can't see past the titles that you all gave him in the first place. Naruto smiled. Note to self, do not bomb scare Ibuki with horrible, guerrilla warfare ass pranks. Tsunade nodded. Thank you Ibuki. She looked out at the other amassed ninja. I have personally seen this boy face down Orochimaru's Spikabuto Yakushi and come out on top. He even went head to head with Orochimaru himself and helped me and Jiraiya fight him off. If he is what you call a dead last, then I'm glad that you didn't determine the skill levels back when I was a genin, or else I would probably still be one. Naruto looked at Tsunade. So are we done? Because I would love to go and vent my frustrations right now. This entire meeting has pissed me right the fuck off. Tsunade sighed. Language brat. And yes, that was all I needed. Be at the Chunin exam stadium at 10 a.m. next Monday for your fights. Naruto nodded and bowed to her before moving to open and jump out the window to begin racing along the rooftops. As soon as he left, the office broke into a smattering of talk. Mostly centered around the audacity of Naruto and how that demon brat was going to get slaughtered next week. Tsunade finally got fed up with it all. Silence. What does this look like? The Jounin lounge. Get out. As they began to leave, she called, Asuma, Kyoinai, Guy, you three stay. They did as was told. The rules for the test will be roughly that he will fight each genin one by one. The other rules will be given on the day of the test. You can all get together to determine the order in which you want them to fight. You all need to inform your teams of my decision for next week. Prepare them well, trust me, they'll need every bit of training they can get. Asuma looked skeptical. It's just one genin, Tsunade-sama. Even if we don't train them, he couldn't possibly beat more than 2 in a row. Tsunade gave up and shrugged. It's your team, Asuma, you can do whatever you feel you should with them. They're your responsibility. You're all dismissed. XXX. Naruto ran along the rooftops back to his home when a familiar presence landed behind him. Sasuke, you're out of the hospital, I see. Sasuke glared at Naruto's back. Fight me, Dobi. Dobi ha. Naruto didn't turn to face him. You can fight me in a week like everybody else. Sasuke looked at him in confusion. Like everybody else? What are you talking about? Naruto shook his head. Go find Kakashi and ask him. And while you're at it, tell him I'm not going on any missions with you all until the week is up, maybe. Naruto disappeared in a swirl of leaves, leaving Sasuke alone on the roof. He knows Shunshin. What have I been missing while I was in the hospital? How strong are you, Dobi? XXX. Naruto once again sat in his apartment meditating silently when his eyes snapped open and he flung a kunai just in time for a poof to go off in his house. Naruto, you should really be more careful with these things. Kakashi appeared holding the kunai as the smoke faded. You do know that we need to talk, right? Naruto motioned for Kakashi to have a seat as the white-haired man did as directed. Naruto had moved to a more comfortable position on the ground to sit. So what do you need, Kakashi? Kakashi-sensei, Naruto. Kakashi finished with an eye smile. Naruto snorted. The last person I called sensei actually taught me stuff. Go ahead and ask your question. Did Sasuke talk to you yet? Kakashi sighed. Yes. And I've also heard from Hokage-sama about your test. Naruto, do you really think this is a good idea? Do you truly believe that you're ready for such a promotion? I mean, I can see that you've finally dropped the orange and that scar on you is a new touch, but it takes more than that to be a Chunin. Naruto smirked. Then it's a good thing that I'll end up being more than a Chunin when this is all over then, huh? Kakashi's eye widened. You can't be serious. Naruto gazed at Kakashi seriously. I'm dead serious. I'm no genin level ninja. I wouldn't even call myself Chunin. Doing all of this kiddie crap has dulled my edge. When you're systematically fed garbage, that's what you eventually become, garbage. Kakashi was confused by the whole turn of events here. He expected to simply admonish Naruto for such a brazen act of disrespect, get him to cancel his test and be done with it, but the trend with Naruto these days seemed to be getting more questions and problems than answers and solutions. Naruto, what are you saying? All genin have to go through missions like the ones you take, we've been over this. Naruto chuckled, go and talk to Ba-chan, or even Ero-Sennin about my skill level and listen to what they say. They've both got the closest inkling to what I can really do more than anyone, and the truth is, I'm not even as good as I should be. At first I thought it was just a work in progress, that if I just trained like I used to that it would come back to me, but I recently realized something. Naruto clenched his fists. I realized just how fucked up I am. When I fought Kabuto when we went to go get Ba-chan, I was talking to the guy, instead of just running through him and moving on to more important matters. I was casually engaging him like it was a game, like we weren't both there to kill each other instead of me running through him like a buzzsaw, which was what I should have done. I should have been kill first, ask questions later. I realized this when I noted that he had gotten back up from the Rasengan. Naruto pointed out the window at Konoha, it's this place. When I was little that never would have happened, I would have just killed him and moved along. This place's arrogance rubs off on you. The academy stresses stealth, but apparently stealth isn't good enough for a Konoha ninja once they graduate, seeing as how I've yet to actually meet one that actively uses it in fights. Kakashi took offense to that. Naruto, Konoha's will of fire stresses protecting your fellow villagers and comrades above all else. The way you speak of combat, someone would be left out and could get injured. Do you not remember my first lesson to you? Naruto scoffed, more like your only lesson, but who's counting? Yes, Kakashi, but sometimes a weapon can protect better from the shadows than out in the light. You all specialize in open area fighting. You all are just glorified samurai with special techniques for the most part. Naruto sighed and stood when he felt Kakashi's glare on him. Fine, nothing I say is going to make you change the way you think, so I'll just use the week off that I told you I was going to take. Naruto grabbed the weapons and items he sealed in his scrolls, his sword, and headed towards the door. Kakashi noted that he looked like he was going on a mission. Naruto, where are you going? Naruto looked back at him, a smile faintly playing on his lips. I'm going to get something very important to me back. Don't even bother to try and look for me either. If you want to talk to me, leave a message here or wait until I get back in on Monday to try to speak to me. Naruto stopped at the door before shutting it. You can try to find me, but you'll just be wasting your time, because if you can actually find me, then this week was a waste. Naruto shut his door, leaving one confused scarecrow inside. XXX. 1 week later. Every single solitary soul in Konohigakure no Sato was on edge and watching around every corner for their own safety. It seemed like the prankster of hell had returned with a fiery vengeance, only no one could prove it was him this time. The pranks over the course of 5 days were reminiscent of the days of yore, but only cranked up substantially for a select few others. Day 1, it was quiet. Nothing really happened to anyone on this day with the exception of one lone pervert at the hot springs, who was stripped, tied up, and had pervert spray painted on him before being thrown inside of the women's baths. Oddly enough, he was already crying about his testicles before the women even laid a finger on him in retribution. Day 2. Day 2 was noted by a coded message sent out to the Hokage stating intent to pester and disorient the village into oblivion. It stated that she was not a victim, and to handle this like she would anything else, so she simply pulled out a bottle of sake and went about her day. The first true shots were fired early that morning, however, when the owners of stores and restaurants in the villages inexplicably found their stock and inventory switched out with each other, everything, even the stuff in storage and lock-up. Restaurants found food switched with clothing, leather, and other goods needed to make clothes. Shinobi outfitters found their weaponry and armor replaced with flowers or canned goods. The entire day for them was spent figuring out who had what from whose store. Needless to say, the Merchants Guild had more work to do on this day than any other. The walls of the hot springs separating the men's and women's sides were blown down randomly during the day, much to one side's delight and the other's chagrin. The academy had their targets' pulses packed to the brim with mass amounts of kunai and shuriken stuck to them. Inside each classroom had the definition of stealth written on each chalkboard, and each student's seat had a handwritten and copied pamphlet on how to develop true sneaking skills. No teacher at the school's desk was free of nasty trappage, ranging from silly string, to stink bombs, to paint and glitter mini-cannons, with the exception of one Iruka Yumino who had a sealed, steaming bowl of ramen within his, chopsticks helpfully included. Day 3, at 5 p.m. in the evening, the Jounin lounge had been riddled with pranks. At the lounge, the common area refrigerator was filled with urine samples swiped from the hospital, replacing all of the things that had been stored within. Starch was injected into the couch cushions, making them hard, lumpy and uncomfortable. A space heater had been hidden in all four corners of the room, eventually making the room stiflingly hot, and unfortunately for all who were within at the time, the tops of the ceiling fan blades had been coated in itching powder. Day 4, apparently the prankster had a wild hair up his ass on this day because he was getting ballsy enough to make attempts on the clans of the village. The Inuzuka clan kennels were a miserable place to be, as the prankster had swiped a vial of pheromones from the vet's office and let it go within the kennels of the Ninken. The poor genin squads that were hired that day to walk the dogs were subjected to a sight better left to a twisted nature documentary of some sort. Entire teams were mentally scarred from the scenes. The Aburam clan was heckled repeatedly for hours by their Kikaichu, repeatedly reacting to a delicious source of chakra being flared on their grounds in different areas randomly and blatantly. When they arrived on the scene to check it out, they couldn't even find the faintest of signatures. The final massive flare-up, however, scared the shit out of them, being something reminiscent of the night the Kyuubi attacked 12 years ago. The Nara clan's deer had all been removed from their grounds and spread out all over Konoha. Now, while the deer were just as easygoing as the clansmen and wouldn't move too far from where they were placed, it was still damn troublesome for the ones sent out to retrieve them. The Hyuga clan grounds ended up having flash bomb traps set up over random areas of mass traffic. Doorways, hallways, the waiting room outside of the clan head's office, all of them and more. Every Hyuga ended up being flashed at least once during the day. Those that thought that activating their Bakugan while roaming the halls to find the bombs before they went off would be a good idea not only failed miserably, they ended up getting it worse that way. The most unnecessary and shining example of overkill that could be provided took place at the Uchiha clan main building where one Sasuke Uchiha resided. From the second his foot hit the floor that day, he instantly tripped a wire that activated a mass of smoke bombs that filled the house room by room. As he went to brush his teeth, he ended up heaving in the toilet due to the fact that his toothpaste had been switched with a tube of raw ground beef. All of Sasuke's shirts had an iron-on emblem of a heart on the front of them, even the undershirts. Seeing this, he scoffed and decided since he was staying at home that day to train, he didn't need a shirt. As he walked into the kitchen, he was blasted with a hidden glitter cannon. Glitter is mother effer, so you just have to imagine this. When he opened his refrigerator door, cologne was dumped on him from above. Now getting pissed off that his attempts to start the day kept ending with some kind of shenanigans, he decided to head outdoors to practice with his kunai. Upon opening his door, he was greeted with a sight that until this moment was something saved for his academy day nightmares. Standing out in front of his house was a sea of fangirls, and much to his horror a few fanboys, gathered from around the village. The day before this occurrence, flyers were put up all over Konoha advertising Sajuka Chiha hosting a mystery contest of sorts at his home, with the prize, of course, being one day with him alone to do whatever. Now the sight of Sajuka Chiha stumbling out of his house, smoke billowing behind him, without a shirt, glinting in the sunlight like some sort of new age vampire, coupled with the overwhelming smell of the cologne drenching his frame was, simply put, overkill for the young women there for their Uchiha summer. Now Sajuke, not being slow on the uptake by any stretch of the imagination, had his Bishonen senses tingling the second he opened the door. And with good reason he took the staring, hungry looks of the females in attendance as his cue to get the hell out of there, taking off in a dead sprint towards town to find a place to hide and lose the raving fangirls. And this is where the cologne came in, because he could run, but smelling like an entire bottle of cheap-ass body spray, he damn sure couldn't hide. And so Konoha was subjected to the sight of Rookie of the Year, the last loyal Uchiha, Sajuka Chiha, running around town frantically ducking and dodging attempts from other girls to make him theirs and win his love. Day 5, at the limits of their own sanity, nothing really happened on this day, it didn't have to. By now the citizens of the village were so frazzled by their week in hell that they ended up screwing with themselves. Prices in the general stores were dropped to all-time lows in a collaborative effort to lure out the prankster in question, who they figured had to restock. They were wrong, and simply ended up getting mobbed all at once by artisans ordering raw materials in bulk after having everything ruined by the prankster, young kids rolling through with pockets full of cash and a sweet tooth, and pretty much everybody in Konoha that liked to take advantage of a good deal. They lost more money than they really made, the prices were so low. The ninjas sent to patrol and watch out for suspicious activities were at the end of their rope, so much so that in addition to turning on each other and hatching crackpot theories about who done it, they had taken to harassing the general public. The bags under their eyes showing that they hadn't gotten any good sleep over this in days. By the end of the Reign of Terror, the only people not touched by the spree of pranking in some way were Tsunade herself, Shitsune, Konohamaru and his 3 friends, the ninja outfitting shop owned by Tenten's family, Taki and Ayam Ishiraku, and Iruka Yumino. The final prank was harmless compared to the rest of the week's activities. It consisted of every face on the Hokage monument with wide eyes painted on looking out towards the Chunin exam stadium with stupid grins on their faces, with sundry sweets and refreshments being painted around their faces. Over their heads hung a massive banner stating simply, 10 a.m. Chunin exam stadium. The people that wandered into the Chunin exam stadium for the test they were informed was going to happen were surprised to see one Naruto Uzumaki, already sitting down in the center of the arena, decked out in a dark red muscle shirt and pants, hit as a belt, seemingly in a meditative state. As more and more people filed in, a smattering of comments regarding why the demon brat was here and what the test was exactly. Naruto was seated under the tree in the arena currently resting. The 5 days of pranks prior to this were him actually training himself. He had been neglecting the basics of his ninja arts in exchange for power and jutsu, something he blamed on his other side. After fighting Kabuto and remembering how he used to be, he remembered the words told to him in his formative years. The ninja with stealth and surprise on his side should be able to win without ever using a single jutsu. He had spent the days progressively stepping up the difficulty of his pranks, and much to his delight he had never been caught once, even when deliberately provoking a response that alerted others of his direct location. Except for the pranks on Sasuke, no test was intended. That was purely for him, it was just sheer fun. Around 9 o'clock the familiar bear-masked Anbu of Tsunades arrived next to him. Naruto stood up to properly greet the man. "Hello Kuma-san. Ba-chan sent you to get me again." The Anbu nodded. "Yes, Hokage-sama would like to know if you would like her to tell you the rules of engagement prior to the beginning of your test." Naruto shook his head. "No, she'll just end up explaining it to everyone after they all arrive anyway, there's no need to make her do it twice, so I'll just wait." Kuma nodded and shined out of Naruto's space, leaving him to continue meditating until he would inevitably end up being interrupted again. The next interruption occurred at around 9:30 when Kuinai led her team into the arena. Naruto's focus was broken by Kiba loudly bragging, "Oh man, we're all fighting Naruto. What did he do to piss the Hokage off like that to get this to happen to him?" Kuinai looked over to Naruto, who waved back at her in indifference before returning to his meditation. She looked down at Kiba. "Kiba, do not underestimate him here. He already defeated you once already, you shouldn't do the same thing twice in this instance." Kiba smirked in confidence. "He got in a few lucky shots last time. This one won't last nearly as long. Me and Akamaru will knock him out before he can start playing his games." The Kyuubi scoffed in Naruto's mind. What a loud mutt. "I hope you fight him first so you can shut him up and I don't have to hear him bark anymore." Naruto smirked slightly. "Calm down Kyuubi. They'll all get my point in a few minutes." Shino looked over at Naruto, who was still seated under his tree. "Kuinai-sensei, I don't understand why we're all fighting Uzumaki-san in the first place. You said all of the teams would be participating, that is illogical. Why would all of the teams be needed to fight just him?" Kuinai looked at her sunglasses sporting Genin. "The Hokage gave him this option last week during a meeting and he took it. I don't understand just why it's happening in the first place, but all you can do is fight him at your best." Shino nodded. "I wasn't planning on doing anything other than that." Kuinai looked at Hinata, who was trying her best to look anywhere but at the blonde sitting under the tree. "Hinata, you will probably have to fight him too. Don't let anything cloud your mind on this. If you don't fight him seriously, then there is a good chance that he will defeat you." Hinata nodded, but her mind was a wreck. "I have to fight Naruto-kun. I can't possibly bring myself to do anything to hurt him. What would I do if I injured him? Would I ever have a chance with him then?" Soon after the entrance of Team 8, Asuma brought his own Genin team into the fold, with Shikamaru leading the pack. "This is so troublesome. Why are we here? You got all gung-ho today about dragging us to the arena." Asuma took a drag of his cigarette as he brought his Genin over near Kuinai. "You're here to fight Naruto. He'll be taking you all on one at a time, so it shouldn't be too much trouble if the order works out the way it should." Ino looked over to her fellow blonde sitting under the tree. "Naruto. Why would we all be fighting Naruto? What's the point? He might be able to beat one of us, maybe two, but that's pushing it. There's no way he can beat our entire team." Kuinai chimed in. "He's not really fighting your entire team, he's really supposed to be fighting everyone, your team, my team, Guy's team, and Kakashi's other kids. Seeing the stunned looks on the faces of Team 10, she glared at Asuma. You didn't tell them this was happening? Asuma shrugged, like Ino said, there's no way he could beat any more than 2 of them at the most. Shikamaru muttered out another troublesome while Choji stood next to him eating chips. XXX. Naruto was now analyzing his upcoming opponents. He noticed that Shikamaru and Shino were subtly doing the same of him and he mentally groaned, man, I hope the dumb, stupid ones fight me first so I can get them out of the way. No matter when I fight Shino or Shikamaru, it's going to suck because they are already thinking on how to beat me. I hope I get someone like Kiba or Neji first, they might still underestimate me and I can just run right through them. Kyuubi was seemingly getting excited as the time for the fights drew nearer. Hey Kit, are you going to use the trigger? Naruto paled, hell no, I'm not using the trigger. Not here in front of all of these people, and not on Genin. Are you insane? That would kill them. Naruto could feel the grin on the Kyuubi's face. I know. Naruto shook his head free of thoughts just as an unmistakable shade of green entered the scene. XXX. Guy, glistening smile included, ambled into the stadium with Rock Lee on crutches, an uncaring-looking Neji, and Tenten who actually waved at Naruto. Eyes widening, as he didn't really expect that, he gave her a small smile and waved back to her. Kyoinai was still mad at Asuma for taking this so casually. Guy, I hope you informed your students about what was going on today. Guy gave her a thumbs up. Of course I did. It would have been a crime not to let my adorable students know that they would have an opportunity to fight today. My only regret is that Lee-kun here could not have a chance to test his flames of youth against Naruto-kun. Neji ignored the continued ramblings of Guy and Lee and looked over to the placid blonde under the tree. Taking note of his new look and the sword strapped to his back, Neji narrowed his eyes. Why are we all here just to fight Naruto? At 10:24 on the dot, guess who managed to find his way into the arena? Being dragged by Sasuke, Kakashi let out a nervous eye smile. Sorry, we were almost late. I accidentally covered both my eyes with my headband this morning and by the time I thought about it I was on top of the Hokage monument. Sasuke growled at the excuse while Sakura shook her head. Then you should have seen the massive banner up there telling everyone about this. Kakashi smiled at her. But I did, that's why I found you to remember. Tsunade, with Shitsune behind her, arrived with a deadpan expression on her face. This isn't the kind of thing that I'm going to have to get used to with you, Kakashi, is it? Kakashi smiled at her. No. I'm usually much later. After a round of face faults all around, Tsunade straightened up and faced the audience, projecting her voice to be easily heard. Ladies and gentlemen of Konohigakyo no Sato, today we have a special attraction for all of you. You will get to see some of the most prominent genin in this village pitted against one lone genin in today's battles. She pointed out to the tree where Naruto had long since stood up and begun loosening up. The sole genin in question is Naruto Uzumaki. A chorus of boos rang out among the audience until Naruto used the technique Tsunade had used to project her voice. Oh, shut the hell up. You miserable bastards. Tsunade's sweat dropped at Naruto's dismissal of the crowd. Right. Well then, the rules will be as follows. A one-on-one bout between Naruto and one of the genin to be selected by their sensei. If Naruto can defeat the opponent he is matched with, he will be matched up with the next, and so on, and so forth until he is either defeated or runs through them all. She finished with a smirk. She motioned for someone to walk over. The proctor for the bouts will be Anko Mitarashi. Anko came from the back smirking at the genin whose fights she would be refereeing. She turned to look out at Naruto, who was still stretching. All right Geiki, You've talked a big game and Ibuki seems convinced. Let's see what you've got. Tsunade turned to the Jounin who were conferencing amongst themselves. So have you decided who is first? They all nodded as Asuma stepped and whispered their decision in her ear. Tsunade nodded and reprojected her voice. The first bout will be Naruto Uzumaki vs. Sakura Hirano. All others clear the arena immediately. All of the other genin and their senseis made their way to the waiting area to watch the proceedings along with Tsunade. As they cleared out, it left Naruto standing out with Sakura and Anko. Naruto sighed and looked at Sakura. Do you really want to do this? You can always just quit now. Sakura glared at him. Are you saying that I'm too weak to fight you? I'm the same ranking as you, and I graduated at the top of the class. You were dead last. Naruto's eyes didn't leave her. I didn't say you were weak, you did. You're just weaker than me. And about the academy. I guess I could say that everything I ever needed to know I learned in kindergarten. Anko looked between them. First match, Naruto Uzumaki vs. Sakura Hirano. Hajime. XXX. Tsunade looked at the Jounin as Naruto and Sakura moved close to Anko to begin. Why did you choose Sakura to lead off? Kakashi looked at her lazily. Well, we figured that while Naruto probably would more than likely win against her, we were banking on him taking it somewhat easy on her due to her being on his team and all. Asuma nodded. It's common knowledge that he had a massive crush on her in the academy and even when they were assigned teams. We thought that this would force him to take some damage before kicking it in high gear to actively finish her. Fwap. Shouza, Naruto Uzumaki. What? XXX. Naruto looked down at the unconscious Sakura at his feet and then at Anko who was poking her with a stick. Anko looked up at Naruto and grinned widely. Damn Geiki, what was that for? Naruto shrugged. What? That was a love tap. She just came rushing in with that academy cookie cutter style of taijutsu, and she had her guard so wide open. It was a jab. Who knew she had the chin of a 5-year-old narcolepsy patient? Anko burst out in laughter at the casual way he handled that. Medics came out and carried her off quickly, clearing the arena once more. Naruto shook his head at the results of his first match. He looked up to the Jounin with a deadpan expression. What the hell was that? I really hope you've got more for me than that, or you can just mark me down as winning this whole thing right now. Anko tried to calm herself down from her laughing fit. Kakashi, that was pathetic. Was she supposed to actually do something out here against him? I don't think she could beat an academy student fighting like that. XXX. Tsunade had to laugh at how easily Naruto dealt with his crush as she saw the Jounin looking on in surprise. Kakashi rubbed his visible eye. I didn't think it would be that fast. Asuma chuckled at Kakashi's expression. Why, what happened? I blinked and I missed it. Kuinai looked at Kakashi suspiciously. Kakashi. That looked like a strictly academy attack. Have you taught her anything since she was on your team? Kakashi thought about it. Define anything. Tsunade sighed. Alright, that was a waste of an introduction. Who's next? Shitsune handed Tsunade the order that the Jounin had written out. Okay, Ino Yamaneka. Get down there. XXX. Naruto squinted to see Ino coming out to face him next. Naruto grumbled under his breath, so I'm getting all of the weak ones first. Okay, let's deal with that. Naruto hadn't moved an inch from his first fight, so he simply stood and waited for Ino to take her position. Ino looked at Naruto smirking at him. I'm not as pathetic as forehead Naruto. Just give up, you won't beat me. At a glance Ino realized that Naruto's blue eyes were boring into her own without a hint of response. On the inside however, one could find Naruto rolling with laughter alongside the Kyuubi. She really thinks she can beat me. Are you kidding me? Hey Kyuubi, are you ready? Kyuubi stopped laughing at the behest of its container. Anytime Kit. Go for it. Anko raised her hand up. Second match, Naruto Uzumaki vs. Ino Yamanaka. Hajime. Ino tensed and waited for Naruto to move, but it never came. Aren't you going to fight me, Naruto? Naruto shook his head. There's no point for me to attack you, it would be overkill seeing as how no matter what you did I could beat you in one move. Ino gritted her teeth. Oh yeah. She brought her hands up in the famous sign of her family. XXX. Inoichi Yamanaka, who had come to watch the fights alongside his teammates, felt his heart stop when she made that sign. Ino no. XXX. Shinton Shin no Jutsu, Mind-Body Switch Jutsu. Naruto didn't move as Ino let her spirit fly into his own. Upon contact Naruto slumped over. XXX. Kiba shook his head and laughed as he saw Naruto go limp. He actually stood still and let Ino hit him with that move. He was watching during the Chunin exam like the rest of us, he should know what it does. Shikamaru nodded. I was worried at first. I didn't know how Ino was going to get him to hold still to hit him with it, but he did most of the work for her. Asuma however wasn't so confident. Oh Ino, that was not a good idea. XXX. Anko walked over to Naruto's slumped over body and poked him in the head. Hello. Which one of you brats is in there? Naruto stood up straight. It's me. Ino is in there being entertained in the confines of my mind. Anko shook her head. That's mean, Geiki. You know why that isn't safe, don't you? Naruto scoffed as he took out some ninja wire and walked towards Ino's body. Well, it was her own damn fault. No one told her to try and mind rape me, but she did anyway. It's not my problem that the only jutsu she knows isn't a battle jutsu. He began tying her up casually. Call it. Anko nodded. Shouza, Naruto Uzumaki. After hearing that, Ino broke out in a scream as she returned to her own body, babbling about massacres and torture and all kinds of things. Naruto raised an eyebrow as the medic team escorted her off. Kyuubi, what the hell did you do to her? Kyuubi was batting its tails in a pleased fashion. Well Kit, you told me not to kill her or maim her, so I simply directed her to some of your older memories. You know, tried to show her just what a real shinobi is. Naruto felt like rubbing his temple. What older memories? Naruto knew the Kyuubi was having fun with this, just all of the fun ones. Like that time at Kuminari no Kuni, for example. Naruto blanched. Kuminari no Kuni. Do you know how many of those motherfuckers I killed back there? You showed her ones like that. I think you might have given her PTSD or something. You know they'll blame us for that, right? Kyuubi chuckled. Well, you did let me do it, so I think technically it is our fault anyway. Naruto ambled back over to Anko. I hate you. Love you too, Kit. XXX. The Jounin in the waiting area all had grimaces on their faces. Naruto intentionally allowed Ino to use Shinton Shin no Jutsu on him, knowing that he had something of a natural defense for it. Kakashi looked at Ino being carried away. Well, that's 2 down and he didn't even have to do anything to win. Kyoinai was a bit more upbeat about the whole situation. Well, at least next match I know he'll have to fight. Asuma looked at the fight order and nodded. There's no way he gets out of this one without some damage on him. Tsunade glanced at them briefly. Send whoever it is down then. Kyuinai walked off to fetch the next genin to fight. XXX. Naruto was once again standing by Anko, who was looking at him. You know, Geiki, if you actually want to get promoted from this, then you're eventually going to have to, I don't know, fight. Naruto smirked at her. You're just bored. Anko waved her arms childishly. You're damn right I'm bored. You haven't moved 12 steps since this whole thing started. I expected some action. You've just ended up fighting 2 little girls that I could beat while I was hogtied. Naruto frowned. Well, yeah, they suck. That's why I didn't try fighting them. Why waste energy beating them when I could let them beat themselves? Anko pouted. I wish someone would come out here to kick your ass so I can enjoy myself. Naruto chuckled. Keep on dreaming, Snake Lady. I'm doing this to prove a point if you didn't know. I'm proving that they can't beat me. That kind of implies that none of them are going to get a good fight out of me. Naruto noticed someone coming from the tunnel for his next fight. XXX. Choji and Shikamaru watched Ino being carried off after Naruto was declared the winner. Choji was watching in shock as Naruto had shrugged off her family technique like it was nothing. Shikamaru, what just happened? Ino hit him with Shinton-shin, didn't she? Shikamaru nodded. Yeah, she hit him head on, she was in there good. He must have a strong will like Sakura had to break out of it or something. Choji nodded. But what about all of that stuff she was screaming? Slaughters, tortures, beatings. What does all of that stuff mean? Shikamaru watched Naruto retake his spot. I don't know, but we have a real concern right now. We don't know who's fighting him after this. Look at him, he hasn't had to do anything at all and he's already won 2 fights. Asuma walked up behind them and placed a hand on their shoulders. Don't worry guys, he's fighting Kiba next. Even if he doesn't lose, Kiba will wear him down enough for the next fight. XXX. Kiba was smirking as he set Akamaru down beside him. Finally, time for my rematch, Naruto. You won last time, but you can't do it twice. I'm getting my win back. Naruto said nothing and looked to Anko to start the fight. Match 3, Naruto Uzumaki vs. Kiba Inuzuka. Hajime. Shikyaku no Jutsu, 4 legs technique. Kiba crouched down on all fours as his features became even more feral. This was all well and good for about 3 seconds until a blue shinobi sandal implanted itself under his chin and sent him flying backwards. Akamaru ran to his master, barking frantically as Kiba slowly pulled himself to his feet. Kiba shakily stood up. Yeah, I'm all right boy, he just caught me off guard. He looked up to reveal that Naruto was nowhere in sight. Kiba chuckled before jumping out of the way as a pair of hands broke through the ground he was standing on. Kiba laughed as he dodged the hands. I thought I told you last time. I can smell you, Dobby. You can't sneak up on me. His gloating was cut short as a sharp pain in his back sent him flying forward. Looking up from the ground, he saw Naruto standing with his leg extended in a kick. He turned towards the underground figure to see the hands explode into smoke. Kiba stood up and glared at him. I had your scent. Where were you? There was no way you could get the drop on me. Naruto lowered his leg and gazed out coolly at Kiba. You should quit out of principle. If this was a real fight, then I would have killed you just now. Kiba growled at Naruto while he just looked at him. Just because you can identify that I'm in the area means jack shit if I'm too fast for you to pinpoint my location. Kiba hurriedly grabbed a pill from his pocket and threw it at Akamaru, remembering his opening troubles when it came to moving too slow. The little dog turned red after swallowing the pill while Kiba provided him some of his chakra. Juyin Bunshin, man-beast clone. Kiba pulled out his smoke bombs and threw them at Naruto, engulfing him in smoke. Remember this, Naruto? Well, here we go again. Kiba and the transformed Akamaru ran at the smoke and jumped towards it. Gatsuaga, dual piercing fang. After the twin drills tore through the smoke until it dissipated, Kiba and Akamaru stood in the smoke, sang Naruto, dumbfounded, and surrounded by kunai. Naruto came from his spot in the tree over to them. Kiba saw him walking up with his hands in a hand sign and tried to charge and attack him before running into an invisible barrier that threw him back and numbed his body. What the hell is this? Naruto made some more hand signs before stopping halfway through the last one. You should surrender. This is going to suck for you. Kiba bared his teeth at him. Answer me. What did you do? Naruto shook his head. It's not what I did, it's what I'm going to do. Last chance. I'm not supposed to really be trying to kill you guys, and this jutsu has the potential to do it. Kiba and Akamaru just kept trying to break through his barrier. Naruto shrugged and made the last hand sign. Your funeral, Raiten, Denki Hokai, lightning release, electric implosion. The electric prison glowed white within until it was blindingly bright before the sounds of sharp crackling rang out. Naruto held the final hand sign for 10 seconds before he finally released it, revealing Kiba and Akamaru both unconscious and suffering from electric burns. Naruto walked over and picked up his kunai as Anko checked Kiba and Akamaru's vitals. She sighed in relief upon finding they were still alive and looked at Naruto, who was pocketing his kunai. Naruto shrugged. What? I asked him if he wanted to surrender. Did he think that anything I did from that point wouldn't mess him up? Anko gave him a dry look. You know you kids aren't supposed to kill each other out here. Naruto gave her one in response. He's still breathing, isn't he? If I wanted to kill him, you could have replaced those kicks I landed at the start with my sword. Anko shook her head and smirked. Shouza, Naruto Uzumaki. Naruto glanced at Kiba being placed on a stretcher and returned to the center of the arena, and that's roughly 1/3 of them down. Naruto turned up towards the Jounin and gestured towards Kiba, who was being carried off. Get the point yet? Because before I could swear that you all missed it. XXX. Kuinai was stunned. The first time Naruto beat Kiba, it was surprising. She had thought it impossible then, but now more than realized that he was capable of it. It was how easily he beat Kiba this time around. Kiba didn't lay a finger on him the entire time. Kuinai clutched the order sheet as she marked off Kiba's name. Tsunade noticed that the crowd was perplexed. They had all been told that Naruto had no talent as a ninja, and here he was decimating the best ninja in his class, all of whom except one belonged to prominent clans. Kakashi moved closer to Tsunade. Tsunade-sama, it seems like you expected this to happen. Is there something that you know that we all don't? Tsunade grinned smugly at Kakashi. Why Kakashi? Isn't he on your team? Shouldn't his Jounin sensei have an idea of what goes on with his students? Kakashi was not in the mood for games. Tsunade-sama, seriously. This Naruto is nothing like the one I was conditioned for when he was assigned to my squad. Something has happened and I can tell you know what is going on. Tsunade turned to Kakashi and gave him a serious look. Listen Hatake, all I am at liberty to really say about the matter is that Naruto has rediscovered his potential. This is the real Naruto. If you want to find out about him, then go and ask him yourself. If this keeps up, he won't be yours to command for much longer anyway. XXX. Naruto immediately put his game face on when he realized who he was to fight next. Okay, Pop Warner, time is over, time to get serious. Shino walked out calmly from the back with his hands in his pockets as he moved up to Anko in a calculated manner. Anko elbowed Naruto in a teasing fashion. Well now Wonder Geiki. How are you going to handle this one? No clue, with those bugs on him I won't be able to hide. I wouldn't be surprised if he had one on me already. Naruto spoke under his breath as Shino drew close. I'll let you know when I figure it out myself. Shino stopped in front of Naruto as Anko looked between them. Fourth match, Naruto Uzumaki vs. Shino Aburam. Hajime. Shino snapped his arms out in his taijutsu stance as did Naruto out of obligation. Naruto stared him down intently as he could feel Shino doing the same from behind his sunglasses. Both boys simply waited for the other to move in order to prepare a counter. After a few minutes of no movement, Naruto moved back quickly as Shino released his swarms of insects at him. Beginning his retreat from Shino, Naruto's mind was running a mile a minute trying to come up with a good plan to beat Shino. He won't move, all he has to do is get those damnable bugs on me and he can beat me. He might not even be standing there anymore, it could just be a mushy bunshin, bug clone. This is one of those situations where I wish someone was underestimating me. Naruto kept on his heels as Shino kept sending his Kikaichu out at him. What can I do? I can't get close or I'll get swarmed. There's no way I can surround him with kunai to trap him after he's already seen it. Come on, what else do I have up my sleeve? Naruto tossed out shuriken in a probing move. Shino simply raised a wall of insects to block easily until Naruto clapped his hands together. Fuatan Rapushu, wind release, violent wind palm, dot. The gust coming from Naruto sped up the spinning shuriken and cut right through the wall of bugs. Shino took the hit and turned partly into bugs. The real Shino then appeared from the tree nearby and sicked more of his bugs on Naruto. Naruto's eye gleamed as he judged the distance between him and Shino and simply rushed him. Naruto had closed the distance by simply bullying his way through Shino's wall of insects and continued storming towards Shino. Shino attempted to latch the remaining bugs he had on his person onto Naruto, but the drain from the few amount of insects was similar to taking a bucket to scoop out a lake. Naruto viciously rocketed his fist into Shino's face. Naruto's punch dropped Shino cleanly as his Kikaichu retreated into his body to help run damage control. Anko wandered over with a grin on her face. Shouza, the Miracle Geiki, Naruto Uzumaki. Naruto sighed as he picked himself up and walked over to Anko who was still grinning. That was an ugly win Geiki. Your right hand is pretty nasty. Naruto settled himself in his usual waiting position. A win is a win. Shino was my worst possible matchup and I'm just lucky that he was just a rookie or else I would have been screwed and had to step it up. He needs to learn more techniques. Anko was getting interested in this kid, so you're saying the rest of the fights will be easy? Naruto smirked. They'll all be easy. That one was just tough by comparison to what the majority of them will be. XXX. Shikamaru watched the medics carrying off Shino and had to let out a groan. How troublesome. He fought 4 of us and he still isn't tired yet. Neji, who had been silently appraising Naruto's fighting since the start of the test, looked out at the boy in a thinking fashion. I lost to him last time. And now it seems as if he has only grown in leaps and bounds since then, and he has yet to even draw the sword on his back yet. Tenten, who had been next to her teammate throughout the proceedings, was amazed by how well he was fighting. Where did all of this come from? No one has even touched him yet. I wonder who could be next. Rock Lee had fire in his eyes. Oh, were it not for my injuries I could test my own youth against Naruto-kun's considerable flames. I will seek him out for a spar once I recover, and I cannot I will do 500 fingertip push-ups, and if I cannot do that then I will. Lee enough. Neji stopped that train before it got rolling. We've seen 4 fights and I still can't pinpoint a viable set label for him. If I had to call him anything I would say he is a mid to close range specialist. Tenten smirked at Neji. Wow Neji, I don't seem to recall you trying to analyze Naruto's fighting style the first time you two fought. Neji gave her a small smirk back. That's why I lost the first time. Sasuke was standing alone gnashing his teeth as he watched Naruto basically sleepwalking through his matches. When is it my turn? I want my opportunity to fight the Dobi. Attack. I wanted something with Naruto. All of that emotion in his face, it was all directed at him. He barely considered me at all. If I can beat Naruto then it will prove that I deserve attack. Eyes notice more. The genin all had their attention drawn as Shitsune arrived to summon the next one for their turn against Naruto. XXX. Naruto and Anko were in the midst of a short conversation as they waited for Naruto's next opponent. So your style consists mostly of you slowing your enemy down and picking them apart by striking at the throat, groin, and other soft areas. Anko nodded with a gleeful look on her face. Yep, it's really unpleasant. Want to see? Naruto unconsciously grabbed his groin. Nope, I'm good. Who's next? Anko pointed at the tunnel to get him to look. Naruto followed her line of vision to see Tenten entering from the tunnel. Okay, number 5. Let's do this. Tenten walked up to Naruto and faced him down. I'm pretty nervous about this. You aren't a pushover, Naruto. I might not win this but I'll give it my best shot. Naruto slid into his stance, and that's all you can really do in the end. Don't sell yourself short, anyone can beat anyone. Anko raised her hand. The 5th match, Naruto Uzumaki vs. Tenten. Hajime. Tenten immediately brandished kunai and began tossing them out at Naruto. In the blink of an eye Naruto drew his blade and blocked the projectiles before rushing into attack. Upon seeing him draw his blade, Tenten pulled out a scroll and summoned her own sword to engage Naruto with up close. As Naruto and Tenten clashed swords he had to chuckle. A katana. You just wanted that spar you asked me for, didn't you? Tenten smirked. I have to see if you're any good at swinging that thing around. Naruto returned the smirk as he began pressing her back. Tenten planted her feet but ended up being pushed through the dirt. Gah, this strength. It's ridiculous. He might be stronger than Lee. Tenten lashed out with a kick as she chose to break off their contact that Naruto slapped aside with the flat of his blade. That's your leg, Tenten. Don't be so quick to attack, it pays to be somewhat patient. Tenten growled and ran back into trade steel with Naruto again. Every stroke of her blade was blocked or parried and Naruto refused to take advantage of the openings that followed. Tenten disengaged and stomped on the ground in frustration. Why are you so good at this? You just got that thing last month. Naruto stood straight up and looked at her. I told you I was an old hand at this. You use a lot of weapons, but have you mastered any? I'm no master, but I was pretty good at this, plus I'm faster and stronger than you, so I can do stuff like dot. Naruto vanished and slipped behind her quickly to knock her out with the handle of his blade. This. He caught her before she hit the ground and set her down gently. You should have stuck with the long-range stuff. You would have lost anyway. But up close is almost tantamount to suicide against a guy like me, unless your name is Rock Lee or Neji, they are the only ones that can hang with me up close. Anko pointed to Naruto. Shouza, Naruto Uzumaki. Man, I am getting sick of saying that. Naruto smirked at Anko. Well then convince the other 5 genin to quit. Anko shook her head. You took your sweet time with that one Geiki, why not just do that from the start? Naruto shrugged. Hey, I get bored too, you know. She had a sword, I did too. It clicked, or clanged. Who's left anyway? XXX. Asuma was dumbfounded as he watched yet another genin fall by his hand. What is he? How could he possibly be so good? He was just playing with her the entire time. No genin could possibly fight like that. Kyoinai checked Tenten off of the list. 5 down, 5 to go. This is absurd. He's running right through them all. He hasn't had a single fight that lasted more than 5 minutes. Kakashi had gotten used to Naruto whooping ass on the genin and was still trying to sort out just what made him this way. Did Jiraiya do this during the month he was with him? What am I missing here? Asuma threw his hands in the air. Send out the next one, there has to be someone who can beat him. XXX. Naruto was mulling his potential opponents around in his head when his next one entered. Naruto saw the unmistakable expression of one Shikamaru Nara coming his way. Shikamaru took a lax stance in front of Naruto as Anko looked at his expression. Geese kid, could you look any more excited to be here? The 7th match, Naruto Uzumaki vs. Shikamaru Nara. Hajime. Shikamaru scratched his head and made his rat seal. That's because I don't want to be here. There's no reason to fight here. At least during the Chunin exams I had to fight to avoid getting hurt, to get my team to the next stages, and if I had been motivated, fight to get promoted. There's no reason to fight you, there's nothing to gain or lose. This whole thing is so troublesome. Naruto put his hand on his neck and rolled it around. So, quit. Shikamaru shrugged. All right, later. Shikamaru turned and headed back up the tunnel waving over his shoulder. Anko blinked a few times. Wow kid. Just, wow. Naruto blinked at Shikamaru's retreating form. Holy crap, I just took a freaking shot in the dark. I had no idea that would actually work. I'm awesome. Anko snapped out of her stupor. Right, well. Shouza, Naruto Uzumaki. XXX. In the stands, Chizuru Kimichi and Inoichi Yamaneka's sweat dropped at the results of the fight. Chizuru looked over to his longtime partner Shikaku. Your boy is more like you than you care to mention, Shikaku. Shikaku shrugged. Hey, have you been watching this crap like I have? He didn't have a chance to win and he knew it. Naruto gave him a way out. The kid must be getting tired of this. Inoichi nodded. We've already determined that he can wipe the floor with all of our kids, so why are we still here? Chizuru chuckled. Speak for yourselves. He still hasn't fought Choji yet. There are still kids that can fight. This isn't over by a long shot. XXX. Tenten, who had woken up shortly after her fight with Naruto, looked at Shikamaru with a twitching eyebrow. You quit. Shikamaru yawned as he made his way to the railing. I didn't see any reason to fight. Neji frowned at his attitude. To prove yourself to all of the ninja and people in attendance. For your clan's honor. Shikamaru looked over at Neji lazily. There's no point. You might think all of that clan honor stuff is a big deal, but me, not so much. I didn't want to do this in the first place, and seeing how he's handled everyone else so far just solidified the fact that I really don't want to fight that kid. Sasuke scoffed. You're just too lazy to fight. Shikamaru glared at Sasuke. I did fight. I trapped him in Kijimane no Jutsu, Shadow Poseion Jutsu, the second the fight started. When he rolled his neck he didn't show any resistance at all. My control over the technique isn't enough for me to keep a hold over a certain amount of brute force. The light out here was too much for me to use it effectively. It's around noon, and he didn't even blink. That jutsu is all I had on him. I couldn't have won. XXX. Asuma was hitting his head on the wall. Damn Shikamaru. I should have known he would do that shit. Why didn't I put him on sooner? Tsunade was hanging on the railing laughing. Well, at least he knows when he's outmatched. Maybe he should be a tune in Asuma. Kuinai checked his name off. 6 down, 4 to go. Her eyes widened when she saw who was next on the list. Oh no. I didn't think it would get this far. XXX. Jan. Ken. Pon. Anko pouted at the results. You brat. Naruto slapped Anko's closed fist. It's not my fault you always choose rock, Anko. Anko kissed her fist. Our good old rock, nothing beats that. Naruto's sweat dropped. Yeah, sure, why not? Naruto growled in frustration. Kami. When's the next fight? I want to finish kicking everybody's ass so I can get my promotion and go home. Anko looked behind Naruto and turned him around. Oh, Hinata's next, I guess. Naruto jumped backwards and set himself in his stance. Hinata shakily set herself in her Jiyuuken stance and looked out at him. Naruto-kun. Naruto's eyes hardened. Talk later, fight now. Come on, Hinata, bring it on. Naruto's eyes bored into hers. Analyzing everything he could find, stripping her bare. This isn't Naruto-kun. His eyes have never been so cold before. There's none of the warmth there was before, just strength, strength that I can't match. Anko noticed the fidgeting of the girl. This girl is going to get destroyed if she doesn't shape up. This Geiki will be ruthless once the fight starts. She lifted her hand. 7th match, Naruto Uzumaki vs. Hinata Hyuga. Hajime. Naruto wasted no time and dashed in to deliver a hook to Hinata's body and a side kick to her head, sending her to the ground quickly. Hinata laid on the ground with her eyes welling with tears. Naruto-kun. Could you really hurt me like this? What happened to you? Get up. Her eyes turned onto the boy in question who was patiently standing and waiting for her to get up to continue. There is no way that was enough to put you down, so get up and fight me. Don't lay down and quit. I can accept that from Shikamaru but not you. I thought you had more in you than that. He began pacing as she remained on the ground. I remember watching you fight Neji, and I remember how you fought him. Yes, he was more skilled than you, but you showed fire, you showed that you have drive, and you showed that you have the courage to fight. He stopped and looked at her. Not now, I have to say. She locked eyes with him again and tried to find the Naruto she had come to love during the days in the academy and again found nothing, none of the upbeat, positive, bright Naruto she had known back then. This one was serious, professional, with the eyes of someone who knew just what kind of world he was living in. The scar simply added on to that. She began to stir from the ground and looked at him defiantly. You're not Naruto-kun. Naruto jerked an eyebrow. Excuse me. Hinata's eyes sharpened as she raised her voice. You're not Naruto-kun. Naruto-kun never acted like this, never spoke down to people. He would never use techniques like he used on Kiba-kun. Who are you? Naruto's eyes narrowed at her insinuation. Oh, I get it. I don't have my head in the clouds and can see things around me for what they are, so I'm not Naruto. I can find people's flaws and will actually comment on them openly, so I'm not Naruto. I'm actually skilled enough to use more techniques than Kichibunshin and they don't put me in direct danger, so I'm not Naruto. Naruto saw her falter with every word he made. I know why you're so upset about it. Her eyes widened. Does he really know? How did he find out? Naruto nodded to himself. You probably saw me as I was in the academy and liked my never say die attitude, how I always got back up and shrugged off what everyone did and said to me. You figured, there's no way anyone can take all of that and still smile and keep on trying. So you thought I was strong. Naruto saw her react as if solidifying his thoughts. Well, that statement would be accurate. No one can keep on going through all of that and keep smiling, unless you're brain dead or something. Her reaction was priceless. His jaw dropped before she began speaking rapidly, trying to rescind the previous thought. Naruto raised a hand for her to stop. This is me. I'm still strong like I was back then, I'm just not willing to take bullshit like I was back then. Taking people's shit and coming back for more with a grin doesn't make you strong, it makes you stupid and weak. The reason people like you and people like me tend to want to get strong is to prove others wrong, to spite them, or to get strong enough that no one ever tries to fuck with you again. Naruto pointed at her. That's what you want. You want strength for the second reason. You do, even if it's subtle. You never want anyone to treat you the way Neji treated you during the preliminaries again, which by the way you act and the way you almost took it laying down must happen regularly. You want to be left to do things your own way, for those in stations above you to just let you be to live your life, but you quit. You saw me taking all my lumps in the academy and getting back up, and you didn't want to put the work in anymore. You wanted to settle for the strength to just deal with what life handed you. You didn't know that it's impossible for a human being to take that the way I did, and I became an ideal to you, an unreachable paragon. Hinata looked up with tear-filled eyes. No, that's not true. It isn't. I looked up to you as someone to be like, someone to strive after. Naruto rolled his eyes. Like a paragon. Hinata shook her head. No, not like that. It's because I admire you. Naruto caught on and spoke lowly. You don't admire me, Hinata. You admire the idea of me, or the old me I should say. If you had me then you thought that it wouldn't matter if you could never get the desire you had of just being able to deal, that if you had me that I could lend you enough of my own to get you by. Don't do that. I'm not your golden ticket, I'm not the answer to your problems, I'm just a guy with a sword and a whole can of whoop ass. He spoke up now. If you want me to teach you how to fight, or how to get stronger, I can't do that, and I can't take your problems away from you. Do you know why? Hinata shook her head. Tears were just about to fall. Naruto smiled sadly. Because you can't respect someone that kisses your ass. Hinata, you didn't even try to fight my reasoning for why you thought you saw something in me, you were too afraid to go against me. What if that manifests again in something else later on and I'm not there for you to get a boost from? If you won't defend yourself to me, the person you admire, then how can you defend yourself against others when I'm not even there? Naruto sighed and ran his fingers through his spiky hair. Enough of this. This really isn't the time or the place for this kind of thing. This is the time for a fight. Now come, give me your best. Hinata let tears fall from her eyes. Naruto had yet to slip into his uncaring phase before he saw them hit the ground. Hinata. Her eyes floated up to him once more. Prove me wrong then. Show me I'm full of shit. Take an actual step towards changing yourself and fight me, damn it. Don't just go with the flow, your life won't let you do that. The things you need and want to accomplish in this world won't just come to you, no one's going to hand you the answers. Everything you want, it's there. So take it. Despite the harshness of his words, she looked into his eyes and saw something. Concern, something that she had overlooked earlier. The fox in Naruto's head chuckled, "Nice monologue, ninja, you should write movie scripts." Naruto inwardly sneered, "Fuck you Kyuubi, that was serious. She needs to get it together, life is way harder than this." Hinata looked shocked for a moment before she wiped her eyes and fell into her stance, activating her Bakugan to begin. Naruto motioned for her to come and she ran in quickly and began to furiously engage him with Gyuukan strikes. He's right. I need to show that I'm willing to change for good, not just when the situation calls for it. I'll show you, Naruto-kun. Despite the potential damage the strikes could deal with just a touch, Naruto was still faster. He was blocking the strikes with the palms of his hands rather than letting her close off his teniketsu otherwise. Eventually Naruto tired of blocking strikes and shot an axe kick to her hand in the middle of a strike. The kick ended up breaking her hand. She drew it back and tried a second attack with her other hand. This time Naruto latched on and elbowed her in the wrist, breaking it. Naruto jumped back as she cried out in pain. He simply stared her down. "Okay. What are you going to do now? Will you walk away?" Hinata hissed in pain of her now useless hands but soon set a defiant gaze on Naruto and charged back in to lash out with kicks. Naruto was pleasantly surprised with her last-ditch attacks and marveled at the fact that she was flexible enough to launch certain kicks that he knew shouldn't have been possible for the angles he was moving to. Naruto nodded to himself and slapped one of her kicks down to the ground and ducked down before delivering a rising palm strike under her chin, sending her flying and slipping her into unconsciousness. "That's better. Now let's see if you can keep that spirit this time around." As her body hit the ground, Naruto sighed and walked towards Anko, who simply nodded. "Shouza, Naruto Uzumaki." Naruto retook his position by Anko, who was frowning at him. "Nai-chan is going to kill you when this is all over, you know that, right? She loves that little girl like a daughter." Naruto looked up at Kuinai, who was glaring heavily at him. He could have sworn she was trying to cast a genjutsu on him via eye contact, but he shook it off. "Well then, I should never have had to do that. She should have gotten her on track way before she fought me here. Except for Tenten, all of these girls need a reality check if my ass kickings didn't already do it." Naruto looked up to the box. "All of you guys suck. I hope the last three can show something here. I haven't even taken a punch yet. I guess I'm not the only genin that got shafted by their sensei here, huh?" Anko looked Naruto over, getting tired yet geeky. Naruto shook his head. "Nope, just getting warmed up, Anko-san." Anko grinned at him. "None of that san stuff, geeky, it's Anko-chan to you. You're one interesting kid." Naruto kept himself limber, waiting for his next fight. "Whatever you say, Anko-san." Kuinai was gnashing her teeth after watching Naruto's fight with Hinata. He tore her down, goaded her into a fight and then dissected her and kept a straight face about it the whole time. "I'm going to kill that brat when this is over." Tsunade glared back at her. "Be quiet, Kuinai, and be professional. It was a fight. Mind games are supposed to be just another tool that shinobi use. This isn't a primary school where everyone is everyone's friend and you can hold her hand the entire time. You were the ones that were so sure he wouldn't get this far. Not bad for a dead last, huh?" Asuma looked at Tsunade. "You sure must like that kid, ha Hokage-sama." Tsunade smirked at him. "Why wouldn't I? That's one tough brat down there. Unlike the majority of your kids, he has the right idea on what a shinobi is supposed to do. He's loyal, and he's actually pretty pleasant if you didn't piss him off at you. Oh wait, none of you know anyone that ever tried talking to him seriously before?" Tsunade laughed slightly. "I have half a mind to promote him to Jounin after this." He's already got Chunin. Guy walked up. Tsunade-sama, I admit, Naruto-kun's flames of youth burn brighter than previously advertised, but are you sure? Jounin is a whole other league, especially for a child. Tsunade looked at Guy with a smirk. Well, he's still got 3 fights left. He'll show you just what league he's in. I think I'll give him some time as a Chunin first. He won't get anything less than that though. I don't think any of the remaining genin can even touch him. Kakashi chimed in, he still hasn't fought Sasuke yet, Tsunade-sama. Things can change in the blink of an eye, you know. Tsunade got a predatory look in her eye. So Kakashi, sounds like you still don't think much about our little blonde Geiki out there. How about a little wager? Kakashi I smiled, name your terms. Tsunade's grin got wider. Oh, this one might entertain you quite a bit, and I wouldn't really call it a wager, more of a request of sorts. XXX. In the crowd, the recently released Sand siblings were in attendance, stopping off to watch the event going on in the stadium before returning to their home, their time as P.O.W.S now over. Taking their seats, they were curious as to what was going on. Kankuro noticed Gaara watching down on the field intently. Looking down there himself, he saw Naruto standing alone with Anko down in the center. Isn't that the kid that caught us? Tamrai squinted before widening her eyes in surprise. It is. What is he doing here? Is this all about him? A disgruntled fan snorted. That demon brat is taking on a bunch of the prominent genin in this village. The poor kids. That demon is slaughtering them out there. Gaara blinked and locked eyes with the man. So Uzumaki is killing his genin opponents in the ring. The man flinched at Gaara's gaze and monotone speaking voice. No, not really. But he's running right through them all. I knew he was hiding something for all these years. Tamrai and Kankuro looked confused. Tamrai voiced their question, why does this place despise the kid so much? Gaara simply looked at her and back out into the arena. He is like me. Both Tamrai and Kankuro was shocked. Like Gaara. He has a demon in him too. Why hasn't he ended up the same way that Gaara did then? These people hate him, not fear him, so he couldn't be killing them. XXX. Naruto yawned loudly back in the stadium. He had been here for over 4 hours and had not been even close to pushed yet. This was more of a light spa to him than anything else, all things considered. Hell, it wasn't even a spa. During a spa you actually get hit. Naruto shut his mouth from his massive yawn and smacked his lips. I'm bored, Anko-san, this is boring. I'm tired of beating up on these kids already. Do you think I got my point across yet? Anko smirked at him. Now Geiki, you still have 3 fights left, so make them entertaining, okay? And what did I tell you to call me again? Naruto rolled his eyes and spoke in monotone, Anko-chan. Or. Naruto sighed tiredly, Anko-sama. Anko smiled sweetly at him. Good boy, I knew you could do it. Look alive, kid, next victim up. At Anko's behest, Naruto found Neji making his way into the arena with his usual gait. Naruto and Neji faced each other down and stared at each other intensely. Neji smirked at the blonde. One more time. Naruto chuckled. One more time. Anko licked her lips in anticipation of the coming battle, the 8th match. Naruto Uzumaki vs. Neji Hyuga. Hajime. Neji activated his Bakugan and sprung at him suddenly, beginning striking at Naruto rapidly. Naruto didn't feel like risking his chakra by blocking this time, so he opted to simply dodge and put some distance between himself and the Hyuga prodigy. This was easier said than done, however, as Neji was dogged in his pursuit. and any attempts to move without properly breaking Neji's chain of combinations could result in some painful Hyuga jabs in his near future. Naruto shot out a punch at the same time Neji went for a finger jab. Neji diverted his strike over Naruto's fist and dipped it in time to hit him in the wrist. Naruto saw this as his opportunity to move and jumped back, shaking his wrist out to get the feeling back into it. Neji kept his focus solely on Naruto, and easily realizing the threat that any time Naruto could have to think and plan was bad, rushed back in. Naruto formed a Kichibunshin and Kawaramid with it in time for Neji to hit a palm strike to the Bunshin's chest, destroying it and allowing Naruto ample breathing room to back away. Neji set himself in his ready stance and let out a breath. I will defeat you this time, Naruto. I am not taking you lightly this time around, you have my full attention. Naruto pulled the sword from his back. That's nice, but you can pay me all the attention that you want. You still won't beat me. I'm not the same one-dimensional guy that I was at the Chunin exams. He set himself down and ran at Neji. Neji began ducking and dodging Naruto's slashes. Naruto sheathed his sword suddenly following one of his slashes and grabbed Neji by his ponytail that was flailing about in the melee. With a malicious smirk on his face he jerked around and tossed Neji over his shoulder, slamming him hard to the ground by his hair. Neji held his scalp on the ground while Anko cackled in the background. That ripped a few out by the roots, didn't it? Neji rubbed his head as he stood up. That wasn't very honorable, Naruto. Naruto shrugged. We're ninja, honor is for samurai and dead men. I'd rather be an ignoble winner than an honorable loser. Neji slipped back into his stance. That may be, but you are in range of my field of divination. A sigh came from Naruto's mouth. Fuck. Neji dashed in and began his assault. Hack. 2 palms. Naruto dodged the first 2 strikes. Neji kept going. 4 palms. Naruto kept dodging as Neji picked up the pace. 8 palms. 16 palms. 32 palms. Naruto kept narrowly keeping out of reach of the rapid-fire strikes. 64 palms. Naruto's eyes widened as he saw that Neji wasn't stopping his assault. The blistering speed of his hands had Naruto actually worrying about getting hit. Finally Neji clipped him and began tagging him with shots. Hak Hyaku Naijua Hachisho, 8 trigrams 128 palms. Naruto was knocked to the ground as Neji stood straight up looking down on him. XXX. Asuma let out a breath that he didn't know he was holding. Finally, someone beat the kid. It took long enough though, I kind of thought he was going to finish there for a minute. Kuinai shook her head. You forgot, didn't you? Kakashi and Asuma looked at her curiously and she groaned. People really don't pay attention to him, do they? This already happened last time. And last time Neji hit him more than he did this time. Asuma dropped his cigarette while Kakashi still looked puzzled. Neji did something like this the first time they fought. Well, how did he get up to win? XXX. Neji turned to speak to Anko. Neji stopped however upon hearing a bored sigh coming from Naruto. Whoopee, more palms. Eh. Man, you Hyugas are seriously a bunch of one-trick ponies. Neji turned to see a dry expression on Naruto's face. What are you saying, Naruto? You should be beaten after that. Naruto smirked at him. Deja vu, isn't it? Neji's eyes widened as the same malicious feeling from last time as Naruto kipped back up to his feet. Just as quickly the feeling faded. And let out a vulpine smirk. You barely hit me. I'd say out of 128 strikes you hit me maybe 20 or so times. Last time you hit all 64 of your other technique and I shook it off. I'm immune to your Gyuukan unless you strike for organs or something, and even then it had better be a kill shot or I'll just keep coming. Neji tensed up. Well then why did you dodge my earlier strikes if you can just take them? When I hit I still had to have disrupted your tenketsu. Naruto nodded. Yes, but you forget, I can just open them back up. I already did. Hurts like hell though. That's why I dodged, those things hurt. Neji was on immediate alert as Naruto charged back in. Luckily Neji performed his Kaiten prior to Naruto reaching him. Naruto was thrown back and scoffed, you want to try that again? As he drew the sword from his back Neji prepared for another rotation. Naruto dashed in as Neji began to spin. Naruto channeled wind chakra into the blade of his sword and split right through Neji's shell of chakra, bursting out the other side. Neji stood still for a moment before dropping to the ground as blood shot from the wounds that appeared on his chest and back. Naruto ignored the outraged cries of the people, ultimate defense my ass. Naruto walked over to Neji and placed the blade by his throat. Neji looked up at him with difficulty, how? Naruto looked down at him, don't worry about it. Sleep. Naruto cracked Neji with the blunt side of his ninjato, knocking him out to end the fight. Anko walked over and called for the medics while Naruto walked over to a grassy area to wipe off his sword. Shouza, Naruto Uzumaki. XXX. Asuma was clutching the guardrail tightly, that was wind chakra. How could a genin possibly know elemental manipulation to that kind of extent? That's an elite level skill. XXX. Naruto turned to see Choji making his way out onto the field. Choji unwarily stood across from him and got his first eyeful of Naruto's combat stare. He felt like he was drowning in the ocean as he looked into Naruto's eyes that resembled the coldness of an iceberg. Choji bit his lip and steeled himself. He was no fool, he had seen what had gone on in all of the other matches. He knew he had no chance against Naruto. If he was strong enough to fight off Shikamaru's Kageme no Jutsu, he knew he couldn't match up against him because his strength was really all that he had over most genin. Naruto was faster, stronger, and had too many ways to beat him. But he wasn't going to walk away from the fight just because he knew he would lose. Worst case scenario, Naruto knocks him out and he spends a few hours looking up at a hospital ceiling until his parents come and get him. He knew Naruto wouldn't hurt him unnecessarily, so he could more or less place this in a category similar to sparring with his father. He knew he wouldn't win, but that was no reason not to try his best. Choji gulped and motioned to Anko that he was ready. Anko took her spot between them. The 9th match, Naruto Uzumaki vs. Choji Akimichi. Hajime. Baker no Jutsu, multi-size Jutsu. Anko had to jump out of the way as Choji immediately went straight into his clan Jutsu list. As quickly as he could he tucked his head, arms, and legs into his body. Nikuden Sensha, human bullet tank. His massive form began its rollout towards Naruto, who was swiftly on the defensive to avoid being squashed by the chubby ninja. Despite being in the shape of a massive ball, Choji was quite mobile in that form, and was far faster than he was outside of it. Naruto found that the longer Choji rolled the more momentum he picked up. Naruto pumped chakra into his legs to gain the necessary distance to warrant turning around to face Choji. Naruto channeled wind chakra to his fists and thrusted them out linked together. Fuuten, Fuuyin Saiken, wind release, divine fist of the wind god. The force of the wind jutsu hitting the meat tank sent the rotund ninja flying backwards until he bounced off of one of the stone walls lining the arena. Choji came rolling right back at Naruto, who simply stood right in his path and waited for him. When he got close enough, Naruto cocked his leg back and gave Choji a chakra-enhanced kick that sent him flying once more, only into the stands this time. Choji released the jutsu to avoid crushing the spectators and ended up crashing into the stairs and rolling down them until he finally came to a stop at the bottom. After a few minutes of him trying to regain his senses, Choji shakily stood up and faced Naruto, wincing with some blood coming from his lips. "You're strong, Naruto. I know I can't win here." Naruto nodded, "But the important thing is that you tried. Do you want to continue?" Choji looked up in the stands to his father. Chisa knew what Choji was asking him and sat in contemplation before silently shaking his head. Choji turned back to Naruto and sighed, "I wish I could. But there's only one way that I can even hope to hang with you, and my dad really doesn't want me trying it. It's really dangerous. I surrender." Anko nodded and pointed to Naruto. "Shouza, Naruto Uzumaki." Naruto sighed, "I kind of wanted to see what you could do, Choji. You have some serious potential. I can only imagine what you had up your sleeve, but I understand. Maybe I'll get to see it one day." Choji held his ribs and smiled at Naruto before heading back to the waiting area. Naruto grinned and looked up at the waiting area where the others were watching from. Looking at all of the jounin, he held up all 10 of his fingers and slowly ticked them all down until one thumb was left up before he slowly dragged it across his throat. XXX. Guy was marveling at the sheer raw power that Naruto had just shown against Choji. He stopped him with a kick. Just a kick, nothing more. That's incredible. I wouldn't even attempt something like that. Tsunade smiled at Naruto and looked back at her subordinates. Last chance. Sasuke has to win or you all know what will happen. Asuma shrugged. Yeah, we do, but I still don't see how that could be a punishment for losing a bet. Tsunade chuckled. Okay, just keep with that line of thought. XXX. Anko noticed the crowd beginning to buzz, mostly over how the last Uchiha would wipe the floor with the demon. Naruto simply stood calmly and waited for the fight to come. Anko really had taken a liking to the kid over the course of the day. He was entertaining to her, whether intentional or not, and he didn't act much like his age. She also realized that he fought like a professional. She definitely had to seek him out for a spar or two after this was all over. Anko nudged him to get his attention. Last one, Geiki. How are you going to handle this one? Naruto shifted his eyes to her. The same way I handled the rest of them, I'm going to kick his ass. Anko smirked. What? You don't think the Uchiha will pose a challenge to you? She spoke in a sarcastic tone. You think the almighty Sharingan isn't enough for him to win? Naruto chuckled. Nope. Hell, I don't think it'll even help at all here. He can't copy anything I can do. I don't need hand seals to make Kichibunshin, even if he had the hand seals for my Raiten. Denkai branch moves, he still doesn't have the ones for Raiten Denkai in the first place, so they are useless. And my Fuatan Jutsu don't need hand seals either. He can't copy anything I'm actually willing to show here. Finally, Dobi. Naruto noticed Sasuke walking up to him. This Sasuke didn't just have his air of superiority over him, he had a tinge of excitement rolling off of him. He was spoiling for this fight. I can finally prove once and for all that I'm better than you. Get ready to lose. Naruto had his arms crossed. If you were really strong, then you wouldn't have to prove anything to anyone. I'm just doing this for my career. If I don't show all of these idiots that I'm talented, I'll never get a promotion. Naruto looked to Anko, who moved between them. She turned towards the crowd. The 10th and final match. Naruto Uzumaki vs. Sasuke Uchiha. The crowd roared for Sasuke as a smug smirk came onto his face. Looking at Naruto, he flashed the famous eyes of the Sharingan, making the crowd roar even louder. Anko rolled her eyes. Show off. Hajime. Sasuke dashed in, remembering how poor Naruto had been at Taijutsu all the times that Kakashi had them spar in the past. Apparently he hadn't been paying much attention to the happenings of the day too much. Naruto slapped his initial punch aside and grabbed onto his ankle to pull him forward roughly before hitting him with a vicious clothesline to the throat. Sasuke hit the ground hard, holding his throat and coughing. Naruto walked around him slowly and let him get his breath. You know, Uchiha, part of me is telling me to just knock you flat on your ass, get my promotion, go home, and sleep until later disturbed. A feral grin spread over his face, however, but it's a whisper compared to the part of me that's screaming to flat out humiliate your ass in front of all these people. So get up, because this is a long-ass trail you're taking, Uchiha, and this is just the first turn, bitch. XXX. The Sand siblings were getting pretty fed up with how the crowd was treating Naruto. The demon just hit the Uchiha. There's no way Uchiha-sama can lose to something like that. It was luck. This entire thing has all been luck. Tamrai asked a man nearby, how many fights have there been so far? The man kept his eyes on the current battle. There have been 9 so far. The brat beat everyone that was put in front of him. None of them have even been able to touch him. Tamrai watched Sasuke shakily pick himself up off of the ground. That isn't the same kid screaming all the time from the exams. Kankuro nodded. What happened? I wouldn't have even considered him a threat until he ended up beating us in the woods. XXX. Sasuke, just now getting his breathing back to normal, stood and glared at Naruto. How did you hit me so easily? You were never this good before. Naruto set back into a ready stance. Well, this isn't before, is it? You can't hit me fighting the way you do. Trying to beat me with Taijutsu would be like you trying to fight Kakashi with Taijutsu, except I won't be so nice about it. No gimme shots for you to boost your ego. If you try that again I will be breaking something. Sasuke growled at Naruto. What do you mean gimme shots? Sasuke rushed right back in as Naruto sighed in response and began defending. Face it, Dobi. Those other losers couldn't match up to me. Naruto narrowed his eyes and caught Sasuke's fist in his grip before slamming a fist deep into his body. Sasuke dropped to his knees, spitting out blood and coughing once more. Naruto punted him in the ribs and sent him rolling for a few feet. I meant what I said. When Kakashi trained you during the month before the finals, he said he worked on your taijutsu and speed. How hard did he hit you? What was the hardest that Kakashi hit you? Naruto picked up Sasuke by his collar and smashed him in the face once more. Did he ever hit you so hard that he hurt himself? Did he ever hit you so hard you actually lost consciousness for more than a day? If your answer is no, then you're way more under me than I thought. Naruto held him by his collar as Sasuke struggled to get out. Sasuke managed to reel off a shot that hit Naruto in the face, but all it did was force Naruto to turn his head. Naruto quirked his mouth before headbutting Sasuke in the face, sending him falling to the ground holding his now broken nose. Sasuke looked up to Naruto, blood coming through his finger and tears forming in his eyes. Naruto shot a cold gaze downward. You think you're strong, but you're not as good as you think. You've been led to believe that you're Kami's gift to Konoha, but you're not. You're just another genin with a bloodline, and that doesn't make you special at all. All you had over everyone else was a leg up and an entire village at your back. Sasuke stood back up, glaring with death in his eyes at Naruto, who scoffed at his attempt at killing intent. I'm done talking to you. Let me show you what I mean the hard way. As Naruto finished speaking, Sasuke jumped away, not really wanting to get in close with Naruto again. Sasuke flipped through hand signs and put his fingers to his mouth. Kaiten, Gukeikyuu no Jutsu, Fire Release, Grand Fireball Jutsu. The fireball launched at Naruto, who didn't move. The fireball collided with Naruto, much to the approval of the crowd, who up until that point were sitting on their hands. Sasuke smirked at the ruin he had created until the fire cleared and a charred log was left behind, remnants of a kawarimi. Sasuke scanned the immediate area swiftly, preparing his body for any response that it could take. He turned his head as he saw Naruto emerge from the tree in the arena, rushing at him. As he turned to react, he took a sharp blow in one of his blind spots, revealing another Naruto that was currently pummeling him. The first Naruto who had gotten his notice had dispelled while the other Naruto attacked. Sasuke was reeling from the pummeling that was taking place. The Sharingan was once again proven useless against an opponent that was far faster than he was. It actually made it worse. Seeing a punch coming and not being able to defend it chipped away at Sasuke's confidence, but in this case he was seeing entire combinations coming and still ended up taking them. The dull thump of Sasuke hitting the ground again rang out as Naruto burst into smoke. Another Naruto revealed itself standing on top of the walls, shaking his right hand out with amusement on his face. Good job, Sasuke-tama. You technically beat my Kichibunshin, though he dispelled because he broke his hand on your face, but hey. Who's keeping score here? XXX. The Jounin were at the end of their rope. This was just too much. Guy was hunched over the rail, his head arched out towards the battle, a Kichibunshin. He was doing that kind of damage with just one Kichibunshin. Tsunade had a stone face on as she watched her genin fight. Now do you see? Did him running through all of your teams get the point across, or do you need more evidence to support his promotion? She faced the Jounin seriously. The next time I personally endorse the promotion of one particular ninja, you damn sure better believe without question that there is a damn good reason for it. Kakashi was frozen in place before something ticked in his brain. I need to stop this before this goes too far. Kuinai shook her head at Kakashi. It's a little late for that, isn't it? Kakashi made a move to leave but was blocked by Asuma and Guy. What are you two doing? This can't go on any longer. Asuma sighed in a disinterested fashion. We all watched our own kids get their asses kicked. So you're staying to watch one of yours beat the crap out of the other one? Guy nodded. We all knew the stakes coming into this test, my eternal rival. Take solace in the fact that this isn't a death match. Tsunade raised her voice. Kakashi, stand down. Do not interfere with this fight. Kakashi turned to her. Tsunade-sama, if this doesn't end soon it will escalate. They'll try to kill each other. Tsunade raised an eyebrow. If Naruto tries to kill Sasuke, then Sasuke is dead. If Sasuke tries to kill Naruto, then Sasuke will end up in the hospital. Naruto won't kill him and Sasuke isn't capable of killing him in return. Kakashi made to speak again, but Tsunade held up her hand, stalling him. Just watch. What did I miss? They all turned to see Jiraiya standing in the corner. Tsunade frowned at him. How about the whole thing? This is the last fight. Naruto's been tearing through all of these kids. Jiraiya looked out to see Naruto walking slowly down the wall back into the arena. All right, well at least I got here in time to catch one. XXX. Sasuke stood once more as Naruto strode towards him purposefully. Sasuke glared as blood dripped down his face. You aren't better than me. Sasuke launched a set of kunai at Naruto, who just shifted his body out of the way and kept walking. Sasuke smirked as he placed ninja wire into his mouth and pulled back on it. The wire surrounded and bound Naruto. Sasuke grinned maniacally, Kaiten, Ryuuka no Jut. Before he could finish, Naruto let out an audible sigh and coated his body in wind chakra to sever the wire before continuing his walk towards Sasuke. The Uchiha in question was utterly shocked as his wire dropped limply from his mouth, his opponent still striding over casually. A faint burning on the back of his shoulder was the least of his concerns right now. He had a juggernaut that he couldn't stop coming right for him. Naruto was whistling a jaunty tune with no expression on his face, further unnerving his dark-haired adversary. He was utterly ignoring the look of fear on Sasuke's face on the outside, but on the inside he and the Kyuubi were freaking out in laughter. Keep going, Kit. Just a little bit more, I swear he's about to piss his pants. Naruto kept his poker face on. I know, but what else can I do to fuck with him? I already made 2 of his best jutsu look worthless and beat the piss out of him. Unless he's stupid enough to try Chidori, I don't think there's any more to do to him. Oh well, time to knock him out. Naruto's footsteps might as well have been thudding off of the ground for all the good it was doing Sasuke to see him coming. His fight-or-flight mechanism kicked in with a vengeance. What is he? This can't be the same Naruto. Fight him, Sasuke. What? He's been overwhelming me from the start. He's stronger. You have more power than him. Let it out, show them all your strength. I will. Give me more power. Let your rage take over. He is an obstacle to you, remove him. Who does he think he is? I'm Sasuke Uchiha. He's a nobody. He's still the same doby he's always been. Naruto stopped his walk as he saw black marks spread across the right half of Sasuke's body. Naruto snorted, that damned seal again. I'm really starting to hate seals. Naruto saw Tsunade signal her Anbu out of the corner of his eye. Ba-chan, no. Let me finish this. It's still my fight. XXX. Tsunade nodded and gave the signal to her Anbu to back off. Kakashi ran up to her. Tsunade-sama. Stop the fight. Sasuke is giving in to the seal, we have to stop him. Jiraiya put a hand on Kakashi's shoulder and shook his head. Kakashi, that kid has more experience with that seal than anyone else in Konoha except Anko. He knows what he's doing. Just watch and wait. Kakashi looked out nervously at the battle down below. Sensei, what would you have done in this situation? XXX. Anko-chan, stop. Naruto noticed Anko moving to restrain Sasuke until he spoke up. Let him get up and fight. Anko looked at Naruto as if he had 2 heads. Kid, that's Orochimaru's seal. That tainted thing feeds off of his darkness and amplifies his powers. This isn't a regular fight anymore. Naruto nodded. I know, but just stay out of this for me. I can still run circles around this guy, trust me. Anko frowned and looked at Sasuke, who was rising with a sick grin on his face. All right, Geiki. But if it gets out of hand, I'm stopping this. Naruto nodded as Anko got out of the way once more. Sasuke laughed in a crazed manner. I'm feeling pretty good right now, Doby. Let's see you match me now, with my new power. Naruto scratched his head. Well, for me to match you new power, I'd have to hold back even more than I already am. Naruto let a vicious smirk come onto his face. You know I really hate that seal term. I have ever since I first saw it. Sasuke cackled. So you were jealous of my power in the forest when you first saw it? I should have figured so. Naruto chuckled. No, I saw it before that. You see, I was jumped by these 4 assholes from Otogakure a long time ago. I was beating them pretty easily at first and then this other guy showed up, and they all had your little demon tattoo too. Anyway, they use it and then they all start taking it to my ass. It was 5-on-1 mind you, and I barely end up getting away. The last guy to show up, I'll never forget his face, he gave me this scar. Naruto pointed to his right eye. Naruto's eyes turned cold. I can't seem to get my chance to get square with those guys, but you're here, and you have it too, so you'll be a decent substitute for me to vent on. Sasuke snarled and ran at Naruto, speed jacked up to the next level. Naruto had been holding back a bunch, because the second Sasuke turned that seal on and came at him it was like the start of the fight, only cranked up to level 11. Every time Sasuke missed a punch, Naruto made him pay with shots to the body, shots to the face, and thrusts to the throat. Every time Sasuke threw a kick Naruto battered his legs with elbow blocks or would parry with his fists to Sasuke's shins. Sasuke simply couldn't move fast enough to hit him, and Naruto's counters were so sharp that the Sharingan couldn't even help him. Every single one of Naruto's counters came with the intent to end the fight, and if Sasuke wasn't fighting like something reminiscent of a berserker he probably would have dropped 10 times over by then. Sasuke pulled out a kunai and began swinging at Naruto with intent to kill. The mostly civilian crowd knew nothing about the seal, or about Sasuke's lunacy and were screaming for Naruto's blood. Naruto simply kept out of reach and stung him repeatedly with counterhooks and blazing kicks to back him off. Naruto finally grabbed him by the wrist holding the kunai and began wearing his ass out. With one hand occupied he still had one hand free to wail on Sasuke bare-handed and ruthlessly. Naruto's fist bounced off of Sasuke's face with every word he spoke, grunting in effort, "You want my life." Naruto, content with turning Sasuke's face into hamburger, pulled him forward and punched him in the face as hard as he could, sending him rolling backwards awkwardly. "You aren't enough of a shinobi to lick my boots, you spoiled, power-borrowing, jutsu-thieving piece of shit." Naruto roared at him, "Get up. Get up so I can make you suffer. I hope Orochimaru can feel every second of this ass-whopping I'm giving you because we aren't done yet." Naruto fingered his sword in a manic fashion. "You want to use that seal? You want to make your bed with the traitor? I'm extracting my pound of flesh for it, you stupid bastard." Sasuke stood with an insane gleam in his eye. "Who do you think you are? I'm an Uchiha, you pissant. You will succumb to my power." Sasuke had electricity surging around his hand with the famous chirping noise in full effect. Sasuke began a full-on rush straight at Naruto. "Die damn you! Chidori, 1000 birds." Naruto gave a grin that chilled the heart of even the most hardened shinobi in attendance as he set his sword in a waiting stance. "Come on down, Uchiha. I've got a little friend that wants to meet you. No jutsu necessary, my friend." Sasuke rushed Naruto down and thrusted his arm, a bursting flash of sparks indicating that he made contact, before coming to a stop on the other side of the whiskered blonde, a smirk on his lips. A short wind rolled through the arena as everyone was standing at attention. Naruto stood straight up and swung his sword to the side as he walked away. Sasuke stood still until blood bursted from his right arm like a sprinkler. He fell to the ground clutching the arm that had been turned into cold cuts, seemingly by Naruto's sword. Anko blocked out his wails of anguish and agony as he writhed on the ground. Anko pointed to Naruto for the final time. "Shouza, Naruto Uzumaki." The crowd remained silent as the only sounds going through the stadium were the billowing wind and Sasuke's cries. The medics hustled out double time to stanch the bleeding from what was remaining of Sasuke's arm and carry him to get emergency treatment. Anko caught up to him and saw an uncaring look on his face as he went to sit under the tree. "Hey Anko-chan. Anko jerked her thumb in Sasuke's direction. A little much, wouldn't you say, Geiki? Naruto looked at Sasuke being carried off. Nah, builds character. He's lucky he's still even got that arm. Anko shook her head. What the hell was that anyway? You beat that jutsu with a sword. Naruto grinned up at her and showed her the bloody sword. Wind manipulation. I love my element so much, it's so efficient. Wind trumps lightning, and his control over Chidori was shit in the first place, so he never had a chance. As all of the genin that had not required hospitalization, the Jounin sensei, Jiraiya, and Tsunade made their way over to him. Naruto was currently sitting in the shade while wiping the blade on the grass. Asuma walked up to him first. How do you know about elemental manipulation? That isn't something that a genin should know. When did you learn it? Naruto quirked an eyebrow. If I told you, it wouldn't matter because you wouldn't believe me. I can do it, I can control it, end of story. He sheathed the sword back onto his back and sat patiently. Kuinai frowned at him. You were unnecessarily brutal against your opponents. She crossed her arms under her bosom. You seriously damaged more than a few of your fellow genin. Naruto glared at her. It's called efficiency. What kind of jounin are you calling that brutal? I was going easy on them. I could have killed all of them, Sasuke included. As a matter of fact, with the exception of Sasuke and maybe Kiba, I didn't even hurt any of them that badly, so what are you on about? She glared at him and he gave her one right back, unflinching. He stood up and tried to get around them. If you're all just going to bitch about how I fought today, then save it. I won, they lost, I owned them all. He turned to the kids close by. No offense, but come on, you've got to admit it. Kakashi stepped forward. Naruto, what you did to Sasuke. Naruto was about to open his mouth to bitch Kakashi out until he finished his sentence. I completely understand. Naruto's eyes widened in surprise as Kakashi put his hand on his head. Chidori is a killing technique. I'm sorry. I made him promise to never use it against a comrade and he tried it against you. You did what you had to in order to defend and win. The fact that you left him alive in the first place shows me you value comrades. Naruto shrugged. I don't really consider Sasuke a friend or anything, but as long as we have the same headband, I have a duty to keep him alive. What about the cursed seal? Kakashi's eye widened this time. You know what it is. Naruto nodded. I've had a run-in or two with Orochimaru to remember. He didn't need Kakashi knowing he stole information directly from Oto's base in his years prior. Jiraiya walked up. I need to do some more research on it. I still don't know how to remove it yet. Maybe if I study Sasuke's I can get some new information. Sorry, Anko. Anko nodded sadly as Kuinai rubbed her shoulder. By now the crowd was filing out, grumbling disappointedly about how the demon brat destroyed the competition. Naruto snorted. Bastards, they could have at least stayed to hear the results. Tsunade walked over and ruffled Naruto's hair, much to his chagrin. Good job, Geiki, you've earned your promotion. I'm sorry, but you can't make the jump straight to Jounin right from Genin. You need experience as a Chunin doing higher grade missions first. Naruto would have complained, but he needed to keep his cover. No one needed to know he had experience with elite missions, and he couldn't just use that as a bargaining chip for an unnecessary promotion. He was a Chunin now, and that was good enough for now. I understand. So I guess I'll get my vest later. Tsunade smiled at him. Good work, Geiki. I knew sticking my neck out like that for you was a good bet. Naruto grinned and began walking away from everyone to leave. If you'll excuse me, I haven't been home in a week and I need to get reacquainted with my lumpy ass mattress. If you need me, you know where I'll be. Later, all of the genin that were still conscious shouted words of congratulations to Naruto, who simply waved over his shoulder and shined away. Asuma shook his head. Okay, I'm a believer, that kid is scary good. He turned to Tsunade. Okay Tsunade-sama, what are the terms of this agreement you wanted Kakashi for? Tsunade smirked. Follow me to the Hokage Tower and we'll discuss the terms. You can all come, you might find it interesting to say the least. It had been roughly 3 days since Naruto's performance at the stadium against all of the genin. Tsunade let him be for the time being because he deserved the rest. That was one reason. The other reason was that she wouldn't have him doing any more D-rank missions with Team 7, and they couldn't go on them anyway seeing as how Naruto had put Sasuke Uchiha on the shelf with the butchering job he had done on Sasuke's arm. This was part of the arrangement made between Tsunade and Kakashi. Naruto was no longer considered a member of Team 7. It was a good idea, with Naruto having just destroyed Sasuke and Sakura in combat almost effortless. The team dynamics, what little there were in the first place, would have been screwed. She proposed to have him go solo and float between teams, either more experienced teams of Chunin and Jounin to get field experience, or the younger genin teams to give him some experience in leading teams. This actually kind of worked out in Naruto's favor. For all of his want to get promoted, the fact was that while he was in NE he was used primarily for solo missions, things that only had him worrying about his own back and what he had to do to survive. This would allow him to learn how to fight in conjunction with others. He needed to learn how to work in a team and how to keep his comrades alive when they were with him. He couldn't argue that he wasn't ready to lead a squad of ninja as a Jounin yet, he knew that. So on the morning that our story picks up from, Naruto ambled his way through the streets of Konoha on his way to the Hokage Tower to get himself a mission. The looks he ended up getting from the civilians on his usual path were the usual looks of apathy and sneers that he usually got, but when Naruto turned his own eyes onto them they turned away from him. Naruto sighed as he drew closer to the tower. Upon entering he made his way to the office of Tsunade, which was filled with the other Konoha genin he had fought, minus Sasuke, all of their Jounin sensei, and the genin team from Tsunagakyo. Naruto raised an eyebrow at all of the people in the room. He looked at Tsunade. So what do you got for me today, Ba-chan? Tsunade threw the paperweight on her desk at Naruto, who just ducked it with a smirk. She narrowed her eyes at him. Disrespectful brat. I called you here so that you could begin getting to work helping out with the surplus of missions that we have. She looked at all of the genin in the room. Things are still kind of shaky after the invasion, but we can't turn away any of the work that comes into us. Not only is the money necessary, but we need to keep up with the view that we are strong, so genin like all of you will be getting higher ranked missions more often. Tsunade motioned for Naruto to come forward. You will start off with your Chunin duties today. You will be leading one of these teams on a C-ranked mission today. Seeing as you will be the highest ranked member on whatever squad you end up taking, you will be the leader. Naruto pointed at the Tsunade genin. So why are they here? And can I pick them? Tsunade nodded. You can pick them if that's what you want. Though they aren't really a team for a mission, more like they are the mission. Naruto thought to himself for a moment. Okay, I'll go with the Tsunade kids. I don't really feel like fighting bandits or something right now anyway, so whatever I'm doing with them I'll take that one. He turned to face them and motioned for them to follow him closer to the desk before he stopped in front of Tsunade. So what's the mission? Tsunade handed them a scroll from the C-ranked pile. The main reason that the Kazuki's children have been in Konoha for so long has been mostly as some sort of collateral while we begin talks for the treaty between our villages. Negotiations are firmly underway, so we are returning them to their village. You will escort them there and wait for Suna to finalize the treaty on their own side before you return with a scroll from them. He looked at her in confusion. This is C-ranked. Are you serious? It should at least be B. Oh well, whatever. Naruto scratched his head. So do I get a team for this or what? Tsunade shook her head. Naruto, they are a team. You plus them should be a match for pretty much anything that could attack you between here and there. Tsunade tossed Naruto a scroll that he caught wordlessly. Flying solo. Okay, I guess. Naruto pocketed the scroll and turned to his selected team. All right, do you guys have everything you need for the mission, or do we need to square away some time to get you restocked before we leave? The siblings traded looks as Samurai spoke up. We're ready to go whenever you are. When do we go, Naruto-san? Naruto cringed when she said his name. Just Naruto is fine, Samurai. I'm not much for the honorifics. He scratched his head nervously. All right, if you guys are all ready to go, then let's head on out. No sense in wasting time. I'm sure you're all sick of staying here. As the other teams lined up to get their own assignments, Naruto led the Suna contingent out of the office and out towards the street. XXX. On their way out of the village, Naruto found that while the civilians didn't particularly like him due to his thorough dissection of the entire slew of genin the other day, the ninja higher in rank gave him some respect for it. As he walked towards the target gate, he got nods of acknowledgement from the Chunin he found out on patrol, the Jounin out with their genin teams, or just some of the ninja out in general. As he made his way to the western gate, the perennial gatekeepers, Izumo and Kotetsu, got grins on their faces upon seeing Naruto and company make their way to the gate. Naruto walked up and revealed the mission scroll given to him by Tsunade. Chunin Naruto Uzumaki with a mission to Tsunagakure alongside the Kazekage children. Kotetsu nodded and marked it down on the traffic ledger. The bandage-nosed shinobi chidingly elbowed Naruto. Hey kid, good stuff the other day at the stadium. You pretty much sleepwalked through all of those kids. Naruto shrugged as he wrote down his own signature on the page. Well, we couldn't use killing force on each other. I guess they were all holding back too, but they shouldn't have. Kami knows Sasuke didn't, for all of the good it did him. Naruto handed the papers back to the two Chunin and called for the Suna genin to leave with him. As the two Chunin watched him walk away from the village, Izumo chuckled. That kid's going to get promoted before us at this rate. Kotetsu yawned as he went back inside their booth. I don't really mind too much. Let a kid with some ambition move up in rank, I'll be fine right here. Izumo's sweat dropped in response to his partner's comment. So does that mean that you want to watch a gate for the rest of your career? You are one lazy bastard. Kotetsu gave a small smirk. Hey, it beats actually working for a living, doesn't it? XXX. Due to the fact that everyone here was an active ninja, they took to jumping through the trees as their method of travel. Naruto, being bored as all get out, decided to make some small talk as they made their way out of the country. So how'd Konoha treat you guys? You all look fine if you ask me. Kankuro grumbled somewhat. We wouldn't have had to stay at all if someone didn't jump us after the fight with Gaara. Naruto let a smirk play on his lips. Well, I told you all exactly what I was going to do. You weren't going to just leave, so I had to knock you all out. It's not my fault that you didn't watch your backs. Kankuro still kept his eyes narrowed at him. I still can't believe we lost so easily. You just clubbed us over the back of the head without us even noticing. Grinning back at the paint-wearing ninja, Naruto responded, I am very sneaky, sir. He dropped the grin from his face. How far is it to Suna? I've never been before. This was a lie. He had been to Suna before, but he really wanted to cover up the stuff he did in any around the people that didn't need to know about it unless the knowledge was necessary. Tamrai moved closer in their formation to speak to him. From Konoha, Suna is about 3 days away if we keep at this speed. Naruto nodded and turned to face them. All right, we'll go for as long as you can all stand to travel. Don't worry about me, just yourselves. I might be capable of getting all the way to Suna without sleep myself. Kankuro and Tamrai blinked blankly at that. Gaara didn't have energy to burn like that. Though this kid did beat Gaara in his full transformation after all, it couldn't really be that far-fetched. Kankuro glanced back at Gaara and whispered to Naruto, "Hey. Gaara says that you're like him. What exactly does that mean?" Naruto looked back at him in a nonchalant manner. "Oh, that. I have a Baiju sealed inside of me like him." Naruto took note of the looks of shock on their faces, minus Gaara. What? Did he not elaborate on what he meant when he said that? The two stunned siblings shook their heads. Tamrai looked back at Gaara, who nodded in affirmation. She looked up at Naruto in confusion. Wait. Why don't you have any powers or transformations like Gaara? We probably wouldn't have even known if you two hadn't said anything. The blonde boy shrugged. I don't know. I can do some stuff with its chakra, but I don't really have any transformations or anything really scary like Gaara does to my knowledge. He then added under his breath, unless you count the trigger. Kankuro put his nerves behind him. This kid isn't like Gaara. He won't flat out kill us for no reason. Stop being so scared of him, he's just like me or Tamrai. So, which one do you have if I could ask? You know that Gaara has the Ichibi no Shukaku. Oh, I have the Kyuubi no Yoko in me. Naruto grinned at them all cheekily, but you shouldn't go around spreading that. It's an S-class secret in my village, no one my age knows about it. If you do, I might just have to pop up and kill you, no big deal. The mirth in his voice couldn't indicate if he was joking about that or not. The silence brought on by Naruto's proclamation was broken by Gaara of all people. How did you not end up like me? Naruto looked at Gaara dead in his eyes and saw that he was genuinely curious about it. Well, first of all, I ended up making contact with the Kyuubi personally and hammering out a contract of sorts between us. It can't possess me, I can use its chakra when I need to. I let it see, hear, and feel what I do. There's other stuff too, but that is some of the big stuff. Gaara blinked. I've never tried that before. Shukaku kind of just runs rampant in my mind. Even now it wants me to kill you to get even. Naruto grinned at him. I'm so glad you've thought better of trying that. Yeah, the contract wasn't my idea though, it was someone else's. And you say you can't even get into your head safely to make contact without Shukaku fighting for control. Your seal must suck. The siblings all looked at each other before Tamrai spoke up. You know about seals? No. Naruto shook his head in the negative, but I was sealed by the Yondaime Hokage, who was the best. If I haven't heard of who did yours, then they must not be nearly as good. He then scratched his chin. That might be something to learn though. He got a serious look on his face, but in all seriousness, don't go around telling people that I contain the Kyuubi. I have enough crap to deal with at home with just the adults knowing. If the kids my age are going to know, I'm going to tell them my damn self so that no one can warp their opinions. I was supposed to be a weapon like Gaara, but I ended up getting out of it somehow. Gaara's curiosity was piqued further by Naruto's words. You got out of it? What do you mean? Naruto rubbed his head sheepishly. Well, I was used for serious stuff, a lot of cloak and dagger operations, until 4 years ago when I ended up getting caught. The ones that discovered me ended up doing something to make me into that daft, loud, orange-wearing kid that you met at first. Fighting Gaara pulled my old killer instinct out. I thank you for that, and here we are now. Kankuro raised an eyebrow. You don't seem too much like a weapon to me. His sister nodded in response. You just seem like a really strong ninja, a kid. Naruto wagged his eyebrows at her. I'm a sentient weapon, you could say. I don't like being all dreary when I don't have to be. When we're like this, no real fighting going on, I can be normal, well as normal as a ninja like me can be anyway. When the fighting starts I can just turn on the side of me that's a killer. It's kind of weird to explain. Gaara looked at Naruto. Your teammate, the way you fought him in the stadium, I thought he was precious to you. You said you got strength from defending others and yet you had no problems hurting him. Chuckles came from Naruto as he contemplated Gaara's comment. Well, maybe, but I don't really like him so it doesn't really count that much. What I told you was true, but it was more like for the whole village than just my team. I don't even like my team. You don't like your team? Tamarai looked at him as if he was crazy. Then why are you on it? Why not get switched out? Naruto smiled. Well, seeing as how I'm currently doing this, it works out for me. Honestly, working with you guys so far has been more pleasant than my entire time on Team 7. No brooding spoiled pretty boy breathing down my neck, no sensei that would rather read than pay attention to what's going on, and no pink-haired fangirl with bipolar syndrome and a hair-trigger right hand. Yep, Tamarai-chan here is way more pleasant to be around as far as female company goes. Tamarai blushed while Kankuro snorted. Yeah sure kid. Just trade the hair color and the fist for a giant metal fan and you've got Tamarai. The girl in question looked back at her younger brother while clutching the fan on her back tightly. What was that, Kankuro? Could you repeat that for me? Kankuro rapidly shook his head while Naruto barked out a laugh. See, at least she gave you a warning. I usually didn't get those before Sakura tried to wail on me. Naruto noticed that Gaara had been staring at him for quite a while. What's wrong, Gaara? Do you need something? Gaara kept his eyes on Naruto. You are a very strange person, Naruto Uzumaki. Naruto grinned foxily at him. Well, I don't think you can talk, calling me strange. You look like you want to say something though. Gaara's eyes turned back ahead as he broke eye contact with Naruto. It is nothing, Uzumaki. Naruto didn't believe him but let it slide as he kept his group jumping through the trees. If nothing else, we should reach near the border before it gets too dark to proceed any further. A group of nods and his focus was on their direction. XXX. As the day winded to a close in Konohagakure, Tsunade was still at her desk, going through the most unnecessary necessity the every kid was stuck doing. Of course I'm talking about paperwork. A knock at her door soon revealed Shitsune. Tsunade-sama, Kakashi is here to see you. Tsunade sighed. Send him in. She flexed her wrist and hissed, damn brat dragging me back here. I bet he just wanted to punish me with all of this writing on so many of these useless forms to cramp my wrist so I can't hit him anymore. Honestly, shouldn't I have an entire team of secretaries to handle all of the mundane crap? I am the Hokage after all. Shitsune blinked. Note to self, find out if I actually should be looking for secretaries for things like that. A yell of her name from Tsunade brought the black-haired girl back to earth. Oh, I'm sending Kakashi in now, okay? Tsunade motioned with her hand and Shitsune disappeared from the door, Kakashi appearing in her stead, with Sakura in tow. As they entered the room, Kakashi stood in front of Tsunade's desk. Hokage-sama, you wanted to speak to me personally about Team 7. Tsunade nodded, yes, due to Naruto's promotion and as a part of the arrangement made in case he won the entire series of bouts against the Genin, I'm taking him off of Team 7 effective immediately. Kakashi's visible eye went wide. Hokage-sama, I'm aware that Naruto needs to work with others because of his new rank and everything, but why take him off of Team 7 completely? Tsunade shook her head, it's nothing that you've done, Kakashi. It's more along the lines of the team itself. She placed her chin on her hands. Do you really think that after the little show that Naruto and the Uchiha put on in the stadium things will ever be civil again? The look on Kakashi's face showed his faith in the matter. Naruto has shown growth in maturity in leaps and bounds ever since the Chunin exam. I honestly believe that he can coexist with Sasuke and Sakura. A smirk appeared on the face of the buxom Hokage. Kakashi, you worded that like it was Naruto who got smacked around the stadium. Just as quickly as it appeared, her smirk vanished. Sasuke was soundly beaten by Naruto, driven to the point that he felt the activation of Orochimaru's cursed seal was tolerable. You did warn him not to do so, did you not? Kakashi nodded, yes, I have, along with using the Chidori against comrades, but it seems he disregarded both. Sakura felt very small all of a sudden as she saw Tsunade speaking with her sensei, as if she was out of place, and indeed she was. She wasn't even leaping to Sasuke's defense or anything until the Chidori was brought up, but sensei, I saw Sasuke-kun's arm. Sasuke may have tried to use Chidori, but what about Naruto? He did something to mangle Sasuke-kun's arm. Kakashi spoke up quickly before Tsunade could. Sakura, the Chidori is an assassination technique used for only one thing, to kill. Sasuke, by using that, was saying that he had no qualms against killing Naruto. Naruto simply channeled elemental wind chakra to his blade and cut through the Chidori. With that kind of attack, if he really wanted to, Naruto could have cleaved Sasuke in two whenever he wanted if Sasuke was using Chidori. He fought to simply subdue. Sasuke was going for Naruto's life. Chiming in at that point was Tsunade. Sasuke will heal within the next few weeks. Naruto didn't do anything permanent, but with him activating the cursed seal, I have to ask that you remain on simply D-ranked missions for the time being until I can get Jiraiya to look at it himself again. He left right after Naruto's matches and it will take some time to contact him again. Kakashi nodded, yes Tsunade-sama. What about Team 7? Tsunade sighed and turned towards the window. Well, with what has happened I can't in good mind allow Naruto back onto your squad, at least not so soon. I'll find you a replacement in the meantime, and by the time Jiraiya gets here you should have someone for your team. Kakashi nodded, of course. That was all I wished to speak about, Tsunade-sama. Come on Sakura. The masked Jounin led his female student out of the office. As they walked out of the tower, Sakura spoke up, what about Naruto, Kakashi-sensei? He isn't on the team anymore. Kakashi looked at the setting sun, no, I'm afraid he isn't. If he was, then he would be the superior officer to you and Sasuke would never accept that. His superiority complex would force him to fight any decision that Naruto would make in the field and hamper team effectiveness, and that's not even adding on to the fact that he would probably try to fight Naruto himself if he got the opportunity. No, this is for the best in this instance. XXX. Back on the trail to Suna, it was nightfall and Naruto halted progress for the evening to allow the others to rest. While sending out a clone to gather fish, Naruto had started a fire and had boiled some water for a few instant ramen cups. Hey, why not? While everyone ate, they all sat around the fire until finishing the meal. He looked at the siblings and tried talking to them again. So what happened to your sensei? the guy with the veil on his face. We didn't kill him, did we? Tumrai shook her head. Baiki-sensei returned to Suna after the invasion failed. He was the one that found that our path. The Kazekage was killed before the invasion ever even happened. Naruto looked at the others and found that neither Kankuro nor Gaara had much emotion about the matter. So what happened, if you don't mind me asking? Kankuro answered him. Orochimaru had infiltrated our village and had been masquerading as the Kazekage for quite a while before the invasion. Naruto threw his ramen cup to the side. I knew about the invasion. I knew about the plan for Gaara and everything. Orochimaru had his shit planned for years. Kankuro scoffed at that. Well, if you knew, then why didn't you stop it or something? The grinning Chunin unnerved him. That's another secret that's even deeper than the whole Kyuubi thing. I will say that it's half of the reason that I ended up a loudmouth when the Chunin exams started. Again, I can't say thank you enough to Gaara for snapping me out of it. This confused Gaara as to why he was being thanked. Why thank me, Uzumaki? I tried to kill you and destroy your village. I don't understand. Naruto shook his chopsticks at Gaara chidingly before throwing them into the fire. But you didn't kill me or destroy anything, did you? All you ended up doing was giving me my fighter IQ back. That's why I'm grateful, because if you didn't do that, who knows how I might have ended up. I mean, did you see me beforehand? Naruto shivered. It gives me the creeps just thinking about it sometimes. That brought a round of laughs from the siblings minus Gaara. Tumrai was still curious about some things though. Naruto, you say you're a host like Gaara. Well, how were you treated? Gaara had assassins after him since he was 6 years old. Naruto thought to himself for a moment before speaking. Well, it was kind of like him, minus the assassinations for the most part. It was mostly people treating me like crap until I up and disappeared for a while. I just stopped caring for a while and stayed out of public. When I got older, nothing really changed. Even now I'm just now starting to get some respect in Konoha. Gaara looked at him. How did you take it? His blonde fellow container shrugged. I had a few ways. First of all, like I said, I just stayed out of public. Another reason is because I was always busy. When I was a kid, I always had something to do to occupy my time. The last reason is because eventually some people actually started treating me like a real person. That was probably a big reason why. Naruto looked up at the moon. Being acknowledged positively for being you is a powerful thing. When the people around you are just glad that you're alive. There's just something about that that just doesn't compare to most other things. Guys like me and Gaara can relate to that. He lowered his head and noticed that all 3 siblings were giving him their undivided attention. Sweat dropping because he really had nothing else to say, Naruto stood up. Well, you can all get some sleep. I'll stay up and keep watch first. Gaara blocked Naruto's way with his sand. Uzumaki, I will keep watch for the night. I cannot sleep anyway, so it isn't inconvenient to me. Naruto looked at Gaara and smiled at him. Sure thing, Gaara, thanks a lot then. Alright, I'm going to go drain the lizard before I go to sleep. I'll be back in a flash. As Naruto walked away and Gaara left to find an area suitable for watching over the campsite for the night, Kankuro and Tumrai were stunned. Kankuro looked at Gaara walking away. Did Gaara just volunteer for night watch? He never did that before. Tumrai watched the direction Naruto went off in. I think it has to do with that Naruto guy. Gaara's been like this ever since he fought him, remember? He hasn't tried to or talked about killing anyone since then. As she watched him return to camp and pull out his sleeping things, she was more curious about the blonde Konoha ninja that had somehow calmed Gaara. XXX The next couple of days found the group traveling from the woods to the desert with almost alarming transfer of landscape. The trip was pretty uneventful, with the exception of some dumb bandits that thought it would be a good idea to attack a group of ninjas. They took this opportunity to let Gaara let off some steam in the form of eradicating the lot of them in a wave of sand. Poor bastards never had a chance. As they traveled, they kept up the same routine as usual, with Naruto trying to engage them in conversations to get to know them better. With Kankuro, he pretty much let slide their introduction back before the Chunin exams and started off fresh. It didn't really take long for them to start hitting it off. Kankuro had a strange sense of humor, and when coupled with Naruto's dry wit and penchant for picking with people like Gaara, usually ending up with him getting thrown by an arm of sand by Gaara, much to Kankuro and strangely Gaara's amusement. Naruto took the time traveling with them to also flirt shamelessly with Tamarai. At first he simply took to answering her questions about how he lived and what he was used to doing as a ninja, and asking her the same in turn, but that soon turned to him sidling up to her during breaks and randomly commenting on her good looks and how he'd like to take her to some place called Ishiraku whenever she came back to Konoha during their travels. She didn't use her fan to brain him for two reasons: because he did beat Gaara and then still had enough energy to capture them and jump into the fray of the invasion, so she didn't really feel like trying to incur his wrath. The other reason was because on the occasions she did try to swing at him, he dodged and then made comments on how he liked strong girls. Kankuro got a few laughs off of that, right until Tamarai realized that hitting Kankuro with her fan was no trouble at all. Naruto even got Gaara to talk sometimes, not very often, but he still got him to speak, and that was something. He usually compared Baiju with Gaara, and inwardly bitched to Kyuubi about why the hell he couldn't get a cool defense like Gaara had. He was sick of getting his ass kicked. Anyway, the point is, Naruto was quickly getting close to the Suna Genin. The fact that he didn't rub the fact that he beat them in their faces helped exponentially. And now they were traveling through the desert, edging ever closer to Sunagakure. The setting sun was actually doing very little to soothe the heat on one blonde-haired ninja. Naruto wiped his brow once again under the hot sun. Kami, this desert. Why the fuck would people live somewhere so hot? This is ridiculous. Naruto looked back at the Suna kids who were smirking at his discomfort. I'll bet you're all loving this right now, aren't you? Kankuro snorted as he stifled his laughter. Yeah, definitely. You can run through 3 teams of Genin like a hot knife through butter, but a little heat and humidity and you can't take it. Naruto gave him a half-hearted glare. Watch it, makeup boy. I'm really irritable out in this stupid heat. Kankuro growled at him. It's not makeup, damn it. It's war paint that. Naruto rolled his eyes. That you steal from your super hot sister. Kankuro finished his sentence. That I steal from my super hot sister. Kankuro blinked and retracted his statement. No. Wait. Take all of that back. A grinning Naruto looked at the puppeteer. What? The you steal makeup part or the your sister is super hot part? Both. My sister isn't hot. Kankuro felt a glare from behind him from Tamarai and deadpanned a look at Naruto. Ah, damn you kid. Naruto chuckled and decided to save Kankuro from his fate. Yo Tamarai-chan, how close to Suna are we? I'm kind of on blind autopilot up here. Tamarai lowered her ill intent towards Kankuro and looked over at the leader of the makeshift squad. We should be right on top of the village any minute now. Right on cue. As they reached the top of a dune, a massive dome-esque structure came into view, and here we are. Naruto let the others take the lead from this point on, as fighting a slew of pissed-off foreign ninja due to a misunderstanding didn't really appeal to him at the moment. As they arrived at the opening, he noticed the faint glares from the guards and rolled his eyes. Woohoo! Trading one village's glares for another, and I can't even kick anyone's ass here or I'll start a war. They made their way into the city, leading Naruto along. Kankuro turned to get his attention. Hey, the first thing we should do is let Baki-sensei know we made it back. I'll go find him. You can go with Tamarai and Gaara to our house until I get sensei. Naruto shrugged, as the fact that there currently was no Kazekage meant that he couldn't really go straight to his office and give him the information on the treaty, and the council wasn't just going to be called at the drop of a hat for something that wasn't an emergency. He decided that waiting was cool. The blonde foreigner nodded and followed Gaara and Tamarai as they made their way through Tsunagakure to their home. Naruto eventually ignored the reaction that the citizens of Tsuna were having towards a Konoha shinobi in their village and took to a pastime that could draw his attention for the remainder of the trip, the watch Tamarai walk and not get caught game. He had to admit, Jiraiya did teach him something useful besides Rasengan on their search for Tsunade. The ever-useful advice from the super pervert was, when caught peeking at a girl in the street, do not look away as if you weren't looking at her, make eye contact instead. Usually guys like Naruto and himself would end up staring at girls that were kunoichi, a side effect of living in a ninja village, and they could sense when they were being watched. Lying like you weren't looking makes it worse, but letting her know you were looking, just not letting her know what exactly you were looking at, is a very good way to get your looks in, and Naruto, being an old hand in espionage under Danza, had a killer poker face. Tamarai could tell he was looking at her, but the fact that whenever she looked back at him to call him a pervert he was already looking into her eyes ended up silencing her and making her quite flustered at his serious gaze. Naruto wasn't a pervert. He just had a healthy respect for the female condition. He was a growing young man just like anyone else, so what? Eventually that had to come to an end as they all arrived at the house of their family, and by house I mean big-ass mansion. Naruto whistled as he walked through the gates and looked at the massive structure. It was the same color as all of the other desert buildings in Tsuna. It was just the biggest damn house out of all of them by far. This is your house. You guys have got a big-ass house. Tamarai smirked as they made their way inside. We are the children of the Yondaime Kazekage. Where did you think we lived? Come on and let's find you a room. As they traveled to the upper level of the mansion, Naruto was confused. Wait, I thought I would end up getting a hotel or something when I got here. I don't want to impose on you guys like this, it isn't really fair. Tamarai rolled her eyes while Gaara just stared at him. Uzumaki, I insist that you stay here. I won't accept anything else. Gaara then left Naruto and Tamarai in the hall alone. Naruto turned to his fellow blonde and pointed off in the direction that Gaara went. Did he just try to be nice and tell me he was cool with me staying here? Tamarai nodded as she kept leading him down the hall, even when Naruto asked why. It's because of what you did. I think he likes talking with you. It didn't really happen much before he met you. I think he's spoken to you more than anyone else in this village. I'm okay with it too, I guess. Why? Naruto was looking around and realized this place was too rich for his blood. I did kind of get you all captured and all of that other stuff, you know. Tamarai waved off his excuse. It was your job. I'm just glad you didn't kill us or anything. It was an invasion after all. Naruto grinned at her. I would never. Killing such a beautiful thing like you would have been madness for me to get over after the deed was done. Naruto once again ducked a swing of her fan that surprisingly didn't break anything in the hallway when she missed. Tamarai placed the fan on her back again with the faint traces of a blush on her face. She honestly wasn't used to being flirted with at all. The entire time before this everyone had been too afraid of Gaara to even attempt to get close to her. And out of the blue here comes this kid that not only has the gall to try it, but who doesn't fear Gaara because he'd already beaten Gaara cleanly once before. She had to admit, it was kind of nice for a boy to talk about her like that, and it wasn't like he was bad looking. After ditching the orange jumpsuit he was far better looking than before, and the mysterious scar on his face didn't detract from said looks at all. They came to a stop in front of a door that Tamrai opened for him. "This will be your room for your stay." Naruto went inside and had to do a complete spin to fully take in the aesthetics of the room. "This is my room. This is probably as big as my entire damn apartment. Does this room have its own bathroom? What the hell do you guys do with all of this space?" Tamrai had a humid smile on her lips. "We're rich, so anything we want would be the correct answer to your question." Naruto chuckled and began setting his things by the bed. "The rest of us are down the hall. If you need something, our rooms aren't that hard to find." Naruto nodded. "Okay, I guess I'll just go to sleep tonight and worry about other stuff in the morning, like the scroll and all of that. No one will probably even get into gear about this until then anyway." "Okay, Kankuro, or I will help you with that tomorrow." She watched as he walked into the bathroom and began splashing his face with water from the sink. "Good night then, Naruto." He heard her and yelled out from the bathroom, "Good night, Tamrai-chan." As the sounds of her shutting the door rang out through the room, Naruto sighed and shut off the water before returning to flop on the bed. As Tamrai walked through the hall to reach her own room, she had to giggle when a familiar voice rang out shortly after she shut his door. "Oh Kami, even their beds crap all over mine. This mission is awesome. XXX." The next day Naruto met up with the Suna Council that, surprisingly, showed him more respect than he had received anywhere prior to this. However, he chalked it up more to the fact that he was something of an ambassador in this case. After that meeting, which mostly consisted of him sitting and listening to the old men bicker over how this should be taken, Beiki assured him he wouldn't have to sit through something like that for the rest of his time in Suna, which brought a laugh from the boy. He and Beiki eventually met up with Tamrai, Kankuro, and Gaara at a training ground and found Tamrai obliterating the desertscape. It was then that he was blindsided with a request from the fan-wielding girl. Naruto blinked incredulously. "You want me to what?" Tamrai leaned against her fan, staring Naruto down. "I want to fight you, so come on." Naruto kept blinking at her. "You against me? Really? Why would you want to fight me?" She huffed at him and began to walk up on him to poke him in the chest. "I saw you using wind chakra and Fuatan jutsu back in Konoha. I use them too, and I want to see who is better, me or you." Naruto looked to the others for help but only saw Beiki and Kankuro looking anywhere but at them. "Tamrai-chan, I'm not much for the casual sparring. When I spar, people get hurt, and my jutsu aren't really the probing type. I only have 2 jutsu right now that don't have the potential to kill you." Tamrai glared at him. "So you think I can't take it? Alright, now we're definitely fighting. Get ready, Naruto." Naruto sighed and backed up to set down in a stance. "Someone call this." Beiki walked forward. "The fight will end when I say or when one of you surrenders. Ready?" He got nods from both Naruto and Tamrai. "Hajime." Tamrai wasted no time and whipped her fan out to send a massive gust at Naruto. Naruto immediately went on the move and tried closing the distance, but was forced to go serpentine in his movements so that he wasn't lifted clear off of the ground. Naruto drew closer and saw Tamrai swing her fan at him in an effort to end the fight. Naruto brandished his sword and blocked, sliding slightly through the sand until he gained some footing. As she pushed against his sword, she realized that he wasn't budging. "Why are you so strong?" Naruto grinned at her, "Because it's more useful than being weak." Naruto pulled his sword away and caught her fan in one hand while sheathing his sword in the other. Tamarai was marveling at the raw strength it took to hold her back. This moment of awe came back to bite her as Naruto swiftly disarmed her by grabbing onto her fan with both hands and swinging away with it to throw her off. As she slid through the sand and regained a standing position, she saw Naruto holding onto her fan, looking at her blankly. "You want to give up?" "I'm really not in a fighting mood right now." Tamarai gritted her teeth in anger. "Stop underestimating me." She then charged in and tried her hand up close against him. Naruto sighed and threw the fan aside as the sandy blonde girl got ever closer. Tamarai threw a series of punches that Naruto swiftly swatted aside. However, he didn't want to counter and injure her, so he stayed on the strictly defensive. Tamarai was getting progressively angrier at her inability to injure Naruto. Apparently the guy that had been hitting on her for 3 days and the guy that she was currently in conflict with actually did exist in the same body at the same time. Seeing that during their short skirmish she had gotten her back to her fan, she broke off and picked it up, unfurling it with a smirk. "Now what are you going to do?" Naruto pointed at her fan. "You're going to be dead in like 5 seconds, just so you know." She looked at her fan to see a slow-burning explosive note attached to it and hurriedly threw it away just in time to see a small puff go off on her fan. As she turned back to Naruto, she had no time to react before she was on her back looking up at the sky with a kunai at her throat. She blinked and realized Naruto was pinning her down with a kunai at her throat, but... What? Naruto looked at Baki, who announced his victory, and he helped her up. She dusted herself off and went to retrieve her fan. It was a dud. Naruto nodded. "Well, yeah, did you really think I was going to blow you and your fan up just for a spa?" He took her fan and dusted off the soot from his note before handing it back. Tamarai snatched it back heatedly and placed it on her back. "You completely destroyed me. I never had a chance." She clenched her fists. "I'm weaker than I thought I was." Naruto shook his head as they met back up with the others. "It's not that you're weak, it's that I'm not a genin. Hell, I shouldn't even be a chunin. Your chunin level from what I saw during the exams, but I'm a hard guy to fight." Kankuro patted Tamarai on the shoulder. "I told you it wouldn't have been a good idea to fight him. Why do you think I didn't?" Tamarai glared at him. "Because you're a lazy bastard, maybe." Kankuro frowned. "No. This guy beat Gaara. We didn't have a chance against him, not yet anyway. I want to try, but I know that I'll lose if I do, so there's no need." Naruto scratched his head and tried to walk away. "This is why I didn't want to spar. No matter how I handled it, I was going to hurt your feelings and I didn't want to do that." He turned back momentarily. "I like hanging out with you guys. The idea of me doing nothing but spending time with Jounin and other adults just because I can fight doesn't really work for me, so I don't want to squash everyone in my age group and make them feel inferior, but it's the only way I know how to train or fight, full blast." He gestured to the training ground. "Even when I hold back it ends up like that." Turning back towards town, he waved back. "I'll get my stuff out tonight and get a room somewhere. My business here should be done within the week." He shined away, leaving Team Baki out on the training grounds in his wake. XXX. Roughly 30 minutes later, Naruto shut the door to the mansion to leave just in time for Tamarai to grab him and drag him back inside by the back of his shirt. Kankuro and Baki's sweat dropped at her display and went about their business. Tamarai dragged Naruto up the stairs and back into his guest room before finally dropping him. Naruto stood up and shook himself off. Any particular reason you just dragged me through your house like I was your battle fan? Tomrai crossed her arms and sat on his bed. You're not leaving like that. Not because of a simple spa. A quirked eyebrow from Naruto let her know his mind set on it. You were just pissed off at me about the fight and you still want me here. Tomrai rolled her eyes. Duh, Naruto. I was mad, yes, but I had just lost decisively. What? Was I supposed to be happy that you kicked my ass? That's not a reason to want to kick you out. That would be petty, especially since I was the one that made you fight. Her eyes narrowed however, but you did humiliate me out there and you owe me for that. Naruto gripped his hair. Humiliated you? Who else saw it but your team and me? Her eyes softened after that as she looked at him with a smile. You owe me, and you're taking me out tonight. She stood and walked over to him, looking him in the eyes. Nothing big, just to get something to eat, but you will be paying. She walked out of his room but reappeared at the doorway. But it's not a date. With that she left him alone in the room. Naruto chuckled to himself. Now that's my kind of girl. I kick her ass and then she wants to date me because of it. XXX. That night Naruto had asked her where she wanted to go and she ended up choosing a simple diner, nothing expensive or anything, it was kind or spur of the moment. The meal was spent with the two of them continuing to talk about their ninja lives. Tomrai had a good time learning about the strange blonde and he simply had a blast enjoying the company of a girl that seemingly wanted to spend some time with him. Tomrai folded her hands and set her chin on them. I watched the last couple of fights that you had. For some reason you really had it out for the Uchiha boy. What was that all about, by the way? Naruto had set down the money for their meal on the check. I hate Oto Shinobi so much. Long story short, they were the ones that gave me the scar on my face among other things. I dislike them immensely, and Orochimaru's cronies with those damn seals on their bodies are the ones I hate the most. He paused to calm himself down. I didn't really like Sasuke that much anyway. There was always some kind of underlying animosity, but seeing him actually using that damned thing pissed me off so much, I couldn't take it. Naruto looked at her with a smirk on his face. Who uses something that an infamous S-ranked nuke with crimes against humanity on them gives him anyway? That really isn't the smartest thing you could do. Tomrai laughed slightly. True. I thought he was a genius, wasn't he? Naruto laughed in return. Yeah, I guess. But they throw that term around a lot in Konoha, I swear. Every year another genius ends up rolling out of the academy and gets pegged as the second coming of the Yondaime Hokage or something. It's ridiculous. Tomrai had a smile on her face as their check and cash were taken by the waitress. Well, what about you? What does that make you? You're way better than anyone our age that I've ever met. Naruto shrugged in his seat. I wouldn't call myself a genius, that's for sure. I actually had to train my ass off to get what I've got, and I'm still nowhere where I should be. There are some dangerous people out in the world, and I've made some powerful enemies that I still need to prepare for. Tomrai put her hand on his and smiled at him. Well, I know you'll be ready when the time comes to fight. You're a strong person, Naruto. Naruto smiled back at her. Thank you, Tomrai-chan. That means a lot to me. XXX. After a short walk around the night-lit village, Naruto escorted the girl to her bedroom door and bid her good night, even getting a kiss on the cheek for his chivalry. Naruto smirked all the way back to his room where he sensed someone's presence. Flipping his lights on, he saw the youngest member of the household standing in the corner of the room waiting, Uzumaki. Naruto got over his surprise and returned the greeting, "Hello, Gaara. What are you doing in here? What's up? Gaara stayed in his place as his eyes stuck on Naruto. How was your evening with my sister? Naruto felt the sweat roll down his back at the intent of Gaara's tone. He may have beaten him once before, but last time they weren't fighting in a desert either, so he didn't really feel like scrapping with him again. It was great. Tamarai-chan is awesome. We had a good time. Gaara nodded and made his way out of the room. Very good. And Uzumaki, if you hurt my sister I will kill you. Not Shukaku, me. Naruto blinked as Gaara's presence left before a door down the hall shut. Did Gaara just pull the protective brother card on me? Naruto shook his head and started getting ready for bed. This mission is weird. XXX. The next day Naruto received the scroll from the council, with their offers to Konoha for a treaty. With the bulk of his mission completed, Naruto bid each of the siblings goodbye at the gate. He shook Gaara's hand, bumped fists with Kankuro, and got a hug and a kiss from Tamarai. That last one spurred him to a blush as he sputtered out a goodbye and turned to return to Konoha through the desert. Tamarai smirked at his reaction while Kankuro laughed heartily at the super-strong kid getting so flustered. Naruto took off through the dunes to return to Konoha for his next assignment. Little did he know how important this next one would be to him personally. Naruto had cut a hellacious pace through the desert and was out of Kase no Kuni in one day. The trip through the forests of High no Kuni were much easier for him, thus his pace picked up and he stopped for the night only a few hours away from Konohigakure. The next morning he barreled into the village, dodging civilians, and took to the rooftops to arrive at the Hokage Tower swiftly so he could rest or get another mission before it got to be the afternoon. As he got close to the door he saw Shitsune running all about the tower with a frantic look on her face. Raising an eyebrow at her behavior he tried to get her attention. Shitsune-chan. You're moving kind of fast this morning, aren't you? He noticed that she looked somewhat fatigued. Is there something wrong? You look like you barely slept, if you even did at all last night. Shitsune stopped and looked at him, eyes widening when she saw it was him. Naruto-kun. Thank goodness you're here. You got done fast. Whatever, Tsunade-sama needs you now. Shitsune grabbed and shoved Naruto into her office and shut the door before he could even speak. He rubbed his arm. Damn Shitsune-chan. Grip. Naruto looked at Tsunade's desk to see her drinking sake and looking down at some kind of papers. Naruto fished in his pocket and walked up to her desk to place the scroll from Tsunade down. Tsunade's head snapped up as she had just noticed Naruto right then and her eyes lit up. Naruto. This once again confused him. Yes, me. Are you and Shitsune feeling okay, Ba-chan? You never call me Naruto to my face and you're both freaking out about something. Tsunade grabbed Naruto by his cheeks and pulled him halfway over the desk, scaring the crap out of him. Tsunade shook him. I need you to go back up a team. Naruto looked confused. Now? Damn, I just got back. What is it? And who am I going to meet up with? Tsunade let go of him and sat down. I know it's sudden, but I sent out a team of genin to retrieve Sasuke Uchiha from a group of Oto ninjas sent to take him to Orochimaru. Naruto narrowed his eyes. Did he leave with them or did they kidnap him? Tsunade shrugged. We don't know, but either way we can't let Orochimaru have the Sharingan. That would be catastrophic for Konohigakure. She sighed and looked at him seriously. Naruto, I'm sorry to send you out so soon after you got back, but your next mission will be to give assistance to the retrieval team of Chunin Shikamaru and his squad consisting of Genin Neji Hyuga, Kibara Inuzuka, Choji Akimichi, and Rock Lee. Naruto took on a stone-like visage and nodded, "Hi Hokage-sama." Tsunade blinked in surprise, "Pretty professional brat." Naruto didn't flinch, "There's a time for being goofy, now isn't the time. I'll leave on your call." Tsunade nodded, "Go, and hurry and catch up with them. Orochimaru wouldn't have sent anyone weak to bring Sasuke to him. I would send a team with you, but we don't have anyone on reserve right now. I'm sure you can tell due to such a high-profile retrieval team being made of genin and a newly promoted Chunin." She remembered something before he could exit. "Naruto, wait." He turned in time to catch a bag with a few soldier pills in it. "Take care of yourself, brat. Don't go overboard out there and help those kids get out alive. I'll send backup as soon as I can." Naruto saluted Tsunade with a smile and left the office and building in a hurry to rush to his former classmate's aid. Naruto tore through the town at a breakneck pace, completely bypassing the gate altogether in a yellow and red blur. Sakura, who had been sitting under a tree nearby the gate ever since the retrieval team had left early that morning, had gotten a glimpse of the figure in red and yellow causing all of the ruckus throughout town, and Naruto. As he took to leaping through the trees, Naruto went off in the general direction of Tano Kuni, hoping to quickly pick up a trail from either the retrieval team, or the squad of Oto ninja they were in pursuit of. Eventually he came upon a clearing that looked as if it had been the site of a small battle. He surmised that he had to be heading in the right direction, so he simply went on autopilot and prepared for battle as he raced to catch up. XXX. Choji was at the end of his rope. Taking 2 of his family's secret pills wasn't enough to finish this guy off, as even when he attempted to squash him with a full-on body press after he used Chobeikan no Jutsu, Super Multi-Size Jutsu, the guy just let the strange marks on his body transform him into some kind of red demonic-looking creature with wild orange hair. Choji watched as the powerful ninja edged ever closer with a smirk on his face to end his life. Choji looked at the case of food pills he had brought, seeing the 2 empty slots and the one that had just 1 red pill inside, the red chili pill. "When I take this, it should be enough to finish him off, but afterwards." Choji steeled himself and lifted the case close to him mouth to pop the pill. Jirobo's eyes widened as he saw that Choji had 1 more of those twice damned pills still on him, and as he prepared to rush him to kill him before he could take it, a sharp slicing feeling across his body sent him flying back as he watched his own blood fly through the air. Choji held back on taking the pill as he heard a massive body hit the ground hard. Sitting up after much effort on his part, he saw a familiar face holding a bloody sword, and Naruto. Naruto looked up at him with his eyes full of fury, softening them upon seeing the state Choji was in. "Choji, how are you feeling?" Choji snapped out of his thoughts of how he was just saved. "I'm fine, Naruto. But this guy is strong. I'm really glad you're here. I almost ended up taking the last of my pills to beat him, but now we can both take him out." Choji then slowly stood up. Naruto walked over to Choji. "Do you have any soldier pills on you?" Choji felt around on his person before he remembered. "No, this guy caught us and drained our chakra at first before I broke off to fight him. I gave everyone else my pills, sorry." Naruto reached into a bag tied to his hip and tossed Choji a pill. "Tsunade-bachan gave me a bag in case of something like this." Choji nodded and took the pill, noticeably perking up afterwards. "Good, you're better. Now go and catch up to the others in case they need help." Choji widened his mouth in shock. "Naruto, this guy is tough. We can take him out together and move on, it would be way easier." Naruto nodded. "Yeah, but he broke off from his squad to fight you first, that means that the others with him are stronger. The others might need your help. I'll finish up here and catch up to the rest of you, I'm your backup after all." Now go, trust me. Naruto had a reassuring smile on his face. Choji looked apprehensive for a moment before turning to head off in the direction of Shikamaru's squad. Naruto turned back to Jirobo, smile utterly vanishing from his face as he was hit with a wave of deja vu. Jirobo angrily stood up and wiped the blood dripping from the wound on his chest, glaring murder at Naruto. You pathetic trash. You think just because you replaced the fat one that you can make a difference? You're all going to die. Naruto stayed staring at Jirobo. There was something that just wasn't hitting him at the moment. I wouldn't be calling anyone fat if I were you, Chubs. But there's something about you that is picking at my brain. Jirobo began slowly stalking Naruto down. All of you brats are going to die. The moment I activated Orochimaru-sama's cursed seal, your life was forfeit. Naruto's eyes slowly widened. Cursed seal. Cursed seal. Cursed seal kit. It's one of them. Kyuubi was buzzing with bloodlust at one of the orchestrators of Naruto's lost years. Naruto's eyes blazed with anger at Jirobo. Cursed seal. You're one of those 5 sons of bitches that cut me all up in Tano Kuni 4 years ago. Jirobo looked at Naruto as if trying to remember a blonde kid with a scar on his face until finally realization hit. Jirobo laughed raucously as his memory was piqued. You're almost as much of a pipsqueak now as you were back then. Jirobo mocked Naruto's scar. That didn't heal too well, did it? He laughed loudly at his own little joke. I only saw you without your mask after it was mostly cut through, but that shock bright blonde hair and your short little ass brought the memory right back to me. Naruto smiled grimly. I'm glad you find it so funny. I'm glad your last thought can be one that you find pleasant, because I'm going to fuck you up right now. Jirobo broke out in laughter. And how are you going to do that? You do remember what happened last time, don't you? There are quite a few differences between this time and last time. Naruto held up one finger. Last time you all had the drop on me and I was under mass pursuit. He held up a second finger, and last time it was 5-on-1. Naruto vanished from sight and slashes began appearing all over Jirobo's body, sending blood all over the place. Jirobo tried to make use of his massive strength to make contact with Naruto to put him away with one clean shot, but in this case it was more like a person trying to focus on the squiggly line of light at the corner of their field of vision, as Naruto was far too fast to be caught by one of the lumbering heavyweight strikes. After getting kicked in the ribs and feeling what was left of his wind leave his body, Jirobo was huffing and puffing hard. This guy. Orochimaru-sama said, with this seal I would be unbeatable against ninja like this leaf trash. Naruto had a mental smirk going as he drew closer to Jirobo. I'm glad Choji softened this guy up so well. At this rate I won't even need to use any jutsu to win. How embarrassing. Oh well, payback is a motherfucker. Jirobo had a fire relit under him as Naruto strode closer and put everything he had in one punch, that Naruto ended up cutting straight through with his wind-enhanced sword right up to the elbow, splitting the arm like a peeled banana. Jirobo howled in agony as Naruto continued to dice him up, cutting both of his Achilles tendons, sending the large boy to the ground in a bloody mess. Jirobo willed his one good limb to move before Naruto drove a sword through it, pinning it to the ground as he stomped on his chest hard, sending Jirobo sitting up somewhat, but this was just so Naruto could plant a nasty punt right under his chin that should have decapitated him or disconnected his neck from his spine had he not been cursed seal enhanced. Jirobo coughed up a glob of blood, and hacked painfully as Naruto pulled his sword out of Jirobo's arm and poised himself to deliver the final strike. Naruto stood over him and looked down with cold eyes. Any last words before I send you to get boned by the devil in hell? Jirobo had a cocky look on his face, even through all of the blood and dirt covering him. He spit blood out to the side and looked up at Naruto. Yeah. You may have beaten me. But everyone else on my team is stronger than me, and they all have this curse mark just like me. Naruto stayed his hand for a moment as a strange gleam came into his eye. Your team wouldn't happen to have a pale kid with faggy lipstick, a redhead that curses every other word, and a guy with like 4 extra arms, would it? Jirobo was confused by his sudden change in tone. Yeah. It's the same team that expelled you from Otogakure 4 years ago. Asterisk skelch. Ching, asterisk. Asterisk whoosh, asterisk. Asterisk Q simple, upbeat piano jaunt asterisk. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Yo, yo, yo. Naruto rushed rapidly through the trees to catch up with the retrieval team post-haste. As he leapt through the branches, a devilish smirk played on his lips and a manic gleam lay in his eyes as his fingers twitched excitedly to catch up with them again. Oh no, you didn't. Sucker tried to play me. But you never paid me, never. Oh no, you didn't. Payback is a-coming. You will be running forever. Naruto's thoughts drifted to how the base of Orochimaru was in an uproar after Jiraiya's exit and how he was eventually discovered before he could make his own escape. Oh no, you didn't. Until I get my vengeance. I will never end this mayhem. Oh no, you didn't. I'm a leaf shinobi. You ain't got a prayer you owe me. Oh no, you didn't. He remembered the dogged pursuit by 4 different ninja dressed in Orochimaru look-alike purple belts and how eventually he was forced to stop and fight them. Despite their unique skill sets, he still had the upper hand easily over them all. Harmonic chorus. Oh no, you didn't. Oh no, you didn't. Oh no, you didn't. Oh no, you didn't. Didn't you? Oh no. You didn't pay me what you owe me. So now it's over for you. Pay 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 pa pay 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 pa pay 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 pa 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 pa. Yeah. Pay 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 pa pay 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 pa pay 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 pa 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 pa. Yo yo, check it out. Naruto then thought of how the white-haired guy with the bones as a weapon jumped in right as he was winning against all 4 of his pursuers. He willed them to activate their cursed seals and they began to overwhelm him. The white-haired guy even ended up shooting bones at him. He growled and gritted his teeth as he continued to run. Oh no, you didn't. First you tried to trap me. Then you bust a cap in my ass. Oh no, you didn't. Such humiliation would bring annihilation at last. He thoughtfully traced the scar over his eye and clenched his fist so hard that it drew blood. Oh no, you didn't. It will be delicious. When I get vicious tomorrow. Oh no, you didn't. There's no second chances. You will do the dance of sorrow. Oh no, you didn't. Harmonic chorus. Oh no, you didn't. Oh no, you didn't. Oh no, you didn't. Oh no, you didn't. Didn't you? Oh no. You didn't pay me what you owe me. So now it's over for you. Pay 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 pa pay 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 pa pay 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 pa 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 pa. What a fool. Pay 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 pa pay 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 pa pay 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 pa 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 pa. All right, come on. Oh no, you didn't. Better watch your back, boy. Keep running. This ain't just a game. I'll never stop coming. I got my arsenal. I put out the call. And when I finish you'll be a rag doll. Naruto remembered a desperate retreat to Tano Kuni's borders that had him perpetually plagued by assaults from any combination of the 5 powered-up Oto ninja. the last of which almost ended up getting at least his right eye when the guy with the bones pulled out a blade from his body and slashed Naruto across the face deeply during the fight, only ending with him escaping due to a well-timed explosive tag, a lot of luck, and pumping the Kyuubi's chakra to his legs for hours until he collapsed in a pool of his own blood after crossing the border a decent distance, conveniently being the last cognizant thought he had as a member of any. Fool tried to diss me. Now you're gonna wish you were dead. Oh no you didn't. After I deliver, your blood will be a river of red. Oh no you didn't. Better beware. When no one's there to defend you. Oh no you didn't. So many ways to kill. It's gonna be a thrill to end you. Naruto shivered in anticipation as he sensed multiple signatures up ahead and saw a lot of white webbing. Oh no you didn't. Harmonic chorus. Oh no you didn't. Oh no you didn't. Oh no you didn't. Oh no you didn't. Didn't you? Oh no. You didn't pay me what you owe me. So now it's over for you. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no you di. Kyuubi chill the fuck out. I'm trying to get my mind right before I start fighting again. Naruto had his hands on his head trying to shake out the song. Kyuubi sheepishly stopped singing within Naruto's mindscape. Sorry Kit, but I've wanted this just as badly as you have for just as long. How lucky you are that this ended up being conveniently dropped into your lap. You need to give that old hag a kiss or a bottle of her blasted alcohol when you get back to Konoha for this one. Naruto saw Neji and his opponent up above him in the trees, conveniently being the guy with 6 arms. Neji retreated to the ground where he began to throw gold-colored weapons at Neji who was using chitin to defend against them. As Neji rotated and avoided the weapons, Naruto snuck around the battlefield. Neji is fine. As long as this guy is messing with him with his little punk ass throwing knives, then I can just kill him and be done with it. Naruto skulked to the upper levels of the forest while the fight continued down below. By now a giant spider had been summoned and was producing tons of tiny little spiders to wrap Neji in webbing, but he fought them all off with Hack Hyaku Naiju Hachisho, 8 trigrams 128 palms. Naruto saw the black marks that had been spread across Kidamuru's body for quite some time as he stepped his game up and decided now was as good a time as any to finish him. Naruto pulled out a kunai and threw it at Kidamuru before pushing his own hands together. Fuatan, Rapushao, Wind Release, Violent Wind Palm. The added boost from the wind jutsu sent the high-speed weapon straight into the base of Kidamuru's skull with a dull wet thunk noise, buried up to the ring. Kidamuru's confident smirk turned to a death rattle as the markings from his cursed seal receded and he fell from his place in the trees lifelessly. Naruto grinned to himself and punched the air in victory as he whispered, "Boom! Headshot." Neji breathed a sigh of relief as he watched Kidamuru's corpse drop before he deactivated his Bakugan. "You can come out, Naruto, I saw you while we were fighting. I didn't think you would sneak up on someone that strong though." Due to deactivating his all-seeing eyes, Neji never saw Naruto suddenly appear from his blind spot when just a second sooner he had been in front of him. "I am afraid that you are underestimating the sneakiness, sir." Naruto dropped from the canopy, frightening the genius, to find Neji not very worse for wear. Naruto smirked at Neji as they walked closer. "Thanks for holding his attention. Have you been fighting long?" Neji recollected himself and shook his head. "No, I don't think we're too far behind either. I assume you defeated Choji's opponent for us when you let him go after us." Naruto motioned for Neji to follow him as they took off into the woods again to give chase to their comrades. XXX Naruto and Neji landed with Shikamaru and Choji looking at their two opponents. Naruto looked over at the gritted teeth on the face of Shikamaru. What happened? Shikamaru wasn't surprised to see Naruto as Choji told him Naruto had freed him up from his own fight, Kiba. He and one of the Oto guys went over the cliff into the water. Naruto nodded. Neji, go find Kiba and help him out. He and Akamaru wouldn't die off of something so simple, follow the river. Neji nodded and jumped off. Shikamaru breathed a slight sigh of relief. Okay, but another guy showed up and took the barrel holding Sasuke away. Rock Lee was fast enough to get away and give chase. Naruto raised an eyebrow. White hair. Weird marks above his brow. After blinking for a few seconds, Shikamaru nodded. Yeah. How did you know? Naruto chuckled. I'm just good like that. Teiya was getting upset with all of the talk going on. Hey. What are you three cocksuckers doing over there? Naruto cleaned out his ears. Wow. Her mouth got even dirtier over the last couple of years. Teiya squinted at the new arrival. Her mental capacities were quicker than Jirobo, and if you are one of Orochimaru's elite bodyguards, you tend to remember the people that end up taking it to your ass in a fight. She raised her finger and pointed at him with a look of fury on her face. You fucking spying son of a bitch. Why the fuck are you here? Naruto grinned at her darkly. Aside from trying to get my payback on you fuckers, I'm backing these guys up. Unlucky you. You backed the wrong horse when it came to Orochimaru. Now I think I'd pay you back for the shit all of you fucks tried on me back in the day, but your bony friend is my real issue. Teiya shook in fright before stealing her resolve. None of you Konoha shit stains are getting past me. Teiya began playing her flute. Naruto noticed Choji and Shikamaru beginning to fall under it, and he rushed her quickly. With a shrill tweet of the air in her lungs rushing into the flute following a punch to the body, Naruto began battering Teiya with savage taijutsu combinations. She was no slouch up close, being one of Orochimaru's elites, but Naruto was too fast and too strong for her to take on without her seal, and he wasn't giving her a chance to activate it with the ferocity of his attack. He battered her swiftly anywhere he could hit her. He fought furiously due to the fact that he knew how dangerous her genjutsu could be and that the others couldn't break them as easily as he could. After all, who else had a demon with near infinite power inside them to help break illusions? Naruto eventually snatched the flute from her hands and backhanded her to the ground. Teiya tried to rise quickly but went nose to edge with Naruto's blade. She looked up into his eyes. If I even feel your chakra start to spike to use that fucking seal, I'm gonna start cutting stuff off. Chill out. Teiya glared up at him. Does this make you feel like a man, you dickless blonde-haired fuck? Do you like what you're doing to us? A slightly chilling glance from Naruto made her subconsciously shiver. Well, considering the events that preceded it, I would think that sweet vengeance would be necessary. Luckily for you, I need something from your team, and you're lucky enough to be the one chosen for it. Naruto grinned mischievously at her. Prisoner say sweet. Teiya looked confused. What? Naruto slapped her hard across the back of her head with the blunt side of his sword and pulled out some ninja wire. He quickly hogged her tightly and turned to Shikamaru and Choji. Take her back to Konoha and get her locked up. I'll keep going and get Rock Lee out of his situation. The guy he's chasing is stronger than all of these other guys combined. Naruto then stopped and looked at him sheepishly. Sorry. I'm kind of running your show here, you're the leader of this squad and everything. Shikamaru and Choji walked over with Choji hoisting Teiya's unconscious body over his shoulder. Shikamaru chuckled. well, you do technically have seniority over me, even if it is only by like a week or two, and you're the strongest out of all of us. You go and finish the mission, Neji will find Kiba and help him, and we'll take her back to Konoha. Naruto saluted Shikamaru and jumped off, heading towards the border of Hai no Kuni and Ta no Kuni once more. XXX. Naruto stopped in a clearing in the forest where he saw Lee doing pretty well against Kimimaro until Kimimaro started shredding him with his rib bones. As Kimimaro moved in to finish off Lee, he was forced to jump back after a slash from Naruto. Naruto stood protectively in front of Rock Lee with his sword drawn. It looks like you're still the best one out of all of them. The rest of them didn't dodge my first attacks. Kimimaro scoffed at Naruto, don't compare me to the trash that preceded you. I am Orochimaru-sama's former choice for a vessel. Naruto snickered, former choice. What happened? Did he come a little too hard for you and rupture your rectal cavity one night or something? Kimimaro's eye twitched as Rock Lee stood back up. It is good to see you, Naruto-kun. This opponent is most vexing to combat. Naruto looked behind him and smiled slightly. Hey fuzzy eyebrows, good to see you up and about again. Naruto noticed a broken barrel at the edge of the field. Lee. Where is Sasuke? Lee frowned at Naruto's last sentence. That is what I find truly strange, Naruto-kun. Sasuke-kun emerged from the barrel not too long ago and then started laughing most youthfully. When I thought he would turn back to Konoha, he just kept going out towards the border. That's just great, Naruto. Ah well, even if Sasuke pulls that stupid seal out, Rock Lee can beat him, I'm sure of it. Naruto palmed his forehead and slid his hand down his face. Fuck. Rock Lee, go get Sasuke. I'll fight this guy. He and I have a bone to pick with each other anyway, no pun intended. Go stop Sasuke by any means necessary, go. Osu. Rock Lee saluted Naruto and took off into the forest. Naruto turned back to Kimimaro, who looked at Naruto in recollection. I remember you. You are the vermin from Konoha that was discovered trespassing in Orochimaru-sama's lair years ago. I will now rectify my mistake of not finishing you off as my last act for Orochimaru-sama before my life is over. Naruto looked at him thoughtfully. You're dying. And killing me is the last thing that you want to do before you go. So be it. I owe you for what you did to my face and my body 4 years ago. I killed 2 of the others, captured 1, and the other is probably being killed by the others as we speak. I still wish I could take a swing at that cross-dressing piece of crap. Kimimaro pulled a bone sword from his arm and held it out in a stance. You think that I care that you could kill those other useless pawns? Orochimaru-sama has no need for weak tools. Naruto drew his own sword and had to get one last jibe in before the fight started. Well then, I guess he won't be missing you too much, because if losing to me makes you weak, then you're going to be considered a weak pawn soon enough. Kimimaro narrowed his eyes and rushed in, showing Naruto his speed for the first time in years, coming in with sudden thrusts and slashes. The two traded blade strikes, with Kimimaro's being faster and more precise and jabbing, and Naruto's being flowing, moving from swing to a block, dodge, or parry like water. Kimimaro simply slipped out of the way of Naruto's blade and came back with his own attacks. The two couldn't seem to cut the other in the fracas of their movements. Kimimaro gripped his sword tightly. He's still just as fluid with his sword as he was back then. He looked at his weapon of choice. I hope Tsubaki no Mai, Dance of the Camellia, is enough to defeat him. Naruto shifted his own sword around in his hands to loosen up. Quickly sheathing his sword, he forms a massive Kichibunshin that then draw their swords. The original Naruto draws his own and points it at Kimimaro. I'm trying to shy away from the strategy of just swarming my enemies with Kichibunshin, but for you, I'll go with the old strategy. In my mind there is no such thing as overkill. Naruto signals his copies forward to engage Kimimaro at once. He valiantly fended off Naruto's multiple clones, dispelling a few, but mostly when it came to this jutsu Naruto knew they were disposable, so a few clones were nothing, he could just keep on spamming them indefinitely. Eventually Naruto's Kichibunshin ended up disarming Kimimaro and they quickly swarmed him before popping sounds rang out in rapid succession. As the clones backed away, Naruto saw that Kimimaro had exposed sharp points from his palms, shoulders, knees, and elbows. Naruto signaled his Kichibunshin to try and attack again, but with this new tactic from Kimimaro, Naruto was sending them into a buzzsaw. Kimimaro drifted through them all. Every movement around the bodies he made seemed to cut into them, even when it looked like he wasn't trying. Simply running while using this technique seemed treacherous to his foes. Naruto noticed the last of the Bunshin getting dispelled and he readied his own body for combat. Kimimaro came in spinning wildly with his sharp spines. Naruto had to dodge for his life to avoid two deadly whirling dervish from Kimimaro. Naruto kicked him in his body, which was wide open during his assault, and began attempting to slash at Kimimaro in response to his most recent dance. Kimimaro kept out of Naruto's reach, showing that he was the better man in close-range combat. Naruto knew from the last time that they fought that even though Kimimaro had an absurd amount of support, he far outclassed Naruto with hand-to-hand combat. This was sort of a problem for Naruto. He was a close to mid-range specialist, and that just wouldn't do against Kimimaro, who wouldn't be easy to beat in close. Naruto stormed back in, as did Kimimaro. Kimimaro attempted a vicious sweep, the knee bone sticking out to try and cut Naruto off at his kneecaps. Naruto brought his blade down to block and ended up having to jump back and avoid the other spikes sticking from his enemy's body. Kimimaro kept spinning low as he moved closer to Naruto at a ridiculous speed for being so close to the ground. Naruto eventually timed his spins and hit Kimimaro in his exposed head with a sick low drop kick that snapped Kimimaro's head back hard, sending him sprawling out on the dirt and grass. Naruto took advantage of his situation and kicked up to his feet from his back to an absurdly high height thanks to the use of chakra to enhance his already considerable strength to finish Kimimaro with a vicious double stomp to his prone frame from above. Naruto's feet were caught just inches from contact of crushing Kimimaro's rib cage by his rib cage. Naruto found one of his feet stuck in the extended rib cage of the bone-wielding shinobi. Naruto tried to pull his leg free and ended up making eye contact with him. Kimimaro looked up at him blankly. Karamatsu no Mai, Dance of the Larch. Kimimaro latched onto Naruto's leg with his arms as well and rolled over sharply. Naruto gritted his teeth as a pop sound, signifying an injury to his ankle, rang out in both his and Kimimaro's ears. Naruto rolled away after freeing his limp ankle and Kimimaro followed him rolling also, only with even more sharp spines protruding from his body like a human combine harvester, ripping up ground with every inch that he rolled. Naruto couldn't stand up with his ankle utterly dislocated and Kimimaro was dead set on rolling him over. Naruto, in a last-ditch effort to create some space, brandished his sword and stabbed it into the ground between himself and Kimimaro, who managed to get his bones tangled into the blades. Naruto used this time to roll away quickly and realign his ankle into place with a quick snap, letting out a silent yell as he allowed the bone to reset with naught a sound as Kyuubi's regenerative properties worked their miracle powers on quickly making his leg usable. Naruto stood just as Kimimaro freed his spikes from Naruto's sword by retracting them. Naruto pointed at Kimimaro heatedly, "You are a bastard, you know that. With your bones, and your stupid bone defense crap. Even though he sounded angry, Naruto's face showed no anger, only focus and determination on the task at hand, which impressed Orochimaru's loyal soldier. Lifting his hands up at Naruto, he fired bones from his fingertips. Naruto had dropped his sword to make a hasty escape earlier, so he pulled shuriken and a kunai from his pouch. He deflected a few bones with the shuriken and used the kunai in his hand to bat away the rest in a risky move. Naruto rushed at Kimimaro, kunai in his grip, to attack. Kimimaro was once again shocked by the vicious nature of Naruto's attack. Naruto swiped at Kimimaro furiously, routinely switching hands and rolling the weapon in his fingers to attack from awkward angles. Naruto brought up a random axe kick that collided down on Kimimaro's shoulder. Naruto then drew another kunai and placed it between his toes, securing it double tightly under his sandal strap as he now began using his hands and feet to slash at the last of the Kaguya clan. The Oto elite was hard-pressed to defend against such an unorthodox attack, and just when Kimimaro thought he had seen the full extent of Naruto's skill, he pulled out a third kunai and tossed it high into the air. While he was distracted, Naruto ended up getting a few rapid cuts on his person, on his face and his chest. Due to his bone density they were pretty shallow, but this meant that Kimimaro was slowly losing ground in the fight. This is just as dangerous as one of my dances. The kunai Naruto tossed fell back to the earth, spinning dangerously until Naruto's manic attack incorporated it into his assault. His spastic punching and kicking and frantic movements kept the kunai in the air, still spinning and targeting Kimimaro. He now had Naruto using kunai in his hands and on one foot, and had another as a wild card that he always had to look out for in the air. Naruto made an up slash at Kimimaro, forcing him to bridge back deeply. Naruto got a grin on his face as he took advantage once more and jumped into the air, rotating the kunai in his foot and catching the other that was in the air in his toes in his other foot, both pointing down in a stabbing motion. Naruto stabbed one foot into his chest, then the other, then the other. Soon Naruto was literally stomping a mud hole in Kimimaro's chest. Eventually, believing he had done enough with that attack, Naruto jumped off of his chest and reholstered the bloody kunai in his hand and between his feet. Looking over at Kimimaro, who was still standing, albeit bridged backwards, but standing regardless. Kimimaro leaned back up to reveal that Naruto had carved up his chest ruthlessly, with the majority of the puncture wounds and gashes going straight through to his ribs. That was a very deadly attack you used. I dare say if it was anyone but myself that you used it on, this fight would be over, but my Keki Genkai allows me to harden my bones, as you can tell, among other things, and you didn't slip any attacks under my ribs. Kimimaro let the black marks from his cursed seal on his collarbone spread all along his body. However, I'm just getting started, Konoha trash. I haven't even begun to reveal my true power. Naruto chuckled lightly as he let a red aura envelop him. You know, Bone Guy, I honestly have wanted to fight you all and possibly kill you ever since I got my memory back, you in particular. Ever since I realized that you and those other toms were the main catalyst to how my life and skills went straight down the toilet almost forever. If you had never injured me so heavily upon my retreat from Oto, who knows how I'd be living right now, but that is not the point right now. Naruto allowed a shroud to envelop his body, forming a fox outline as his features became more feral. You, whether you know it or not, are a loose end to my past life that needs to be tied up. And I can think of no better way than to fight you and kill you myself. Naruto crouched down in a low mantis stance, showing his claws on his extended two fingers prominently. Come on, albino boy, show me what you've got, and don't underestimate me. It might be the death of you. He finished with a feral grin baring his fangs. And that's the ending of this part, everyone. Hope you like the video. Like, share and subscribe the channel, and also tell me your recommendation in the comment section down below. Thanks for watching.